for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so welcome everyone, and welcome to the folks out there watching on live YouTube and the folks joining us on Zoom. We're going to do a quick roll call. The finance meeting is open. Councilmember Gully.
Here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Here.
Councilmember Steele.
Present.
Councilmember Min.
Here.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Present.
Councilmember Soriento. Here. Council President Mantello is here. We are also joined by the mayor. Can you put the mayor's on Zoom, the comptroller's on Zoom, and we're also joined by the Corporation Council and our clerk and our deputy clerk. So welcome. Approval of minutes. I'll take a motion to approve the April finance meeting minutes. Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Motion carries 7-0. Presentation this evening. We have a couple of presentations. The comptroller is going to go through the 2021 AUD. For the new folks, he's actually going to go more in depth than he normally would, which is fabulous. And then we're going to go over the first quarter 2022 review. We do have a public forum, obviously. We have a few ordinances, a few resolutions. We are following with a special meeting where there's 2 ordinances, 2 resolutions. So before we move forward, I just want to, and we're also joined by the Economic Development and Planning Commissioner and our Deputy Mayor. So thank you for joining us. I want to ask folks to take a moment of silence. We had a horrific tragedy of one of our sister cities, a city I love, that I have visited many, many, many times during my days at Canal, and my love for the Buffalo Bills. And we all know the tragedy that occurred. And I would just ask for a moment of silence. Okay, thanks. Also, on a very personal note, I want to extend a thank you to our Troy Fire Department. My dad had a very bad spill last evening, and they were at our house, and there was a 45-minute wait over at Albany Med, and Joe Henkel and the guys really took care of my dad and sat in the parking lot with him and tended to him and talked old school. My dad's 90, so it was kind of cool, and talked about the Yankees. So I just want to thank Chief McMahon, Eric Wisher, and all the folks at the Troy Fire Department. So thank you. Okay, public forum. Would anyone like to speak at the public forum here tonight? Anything on the agenda? And Maria, nobody signed up? Okay. Yes, there's some hot topics on tonight. There actually are, folks. So without further ado, we'll get right into the agenda. Ordinance 22, Ordinance Amending Chapter 251 of the Troy City Code. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Steele. Is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. I'd like to just explain kind of the history of this one. So Councilmember Steele and I are very familiar with an unfortunate occurrence right in my backyard. And I was unaware of it until one of our code enforcement officers actually brought it to my attention that he was going to cite a homeowner for a basketball hoop that was in front of the homeowner's home. So what happened, what occurred, and it's truly an unfortunate situation, is that a resident is very unhappy with some of the kids who are playing in the street, playing basketball, playing ball. And it's really escalated to a higher level. The police have been called numerous times, but code enforcement got in the middle of this, and the code enforcement officer had stated that he was going to cite the homeowner who owned the basketball hoop. And council members Steele and I both are like, whoa, hold on, you should not be citing. But then he referred me to this archaic and outdated law on our books, basically saying that no one should be playing ball in the streets. It's a 50, 60-year-old archaic law. And, listen, this is an age where, I grew up in the streets. I played ball with my brothers. We played basketball. We played baseball. I actually broke my nose with a shot right to my nose. Bam. That's why it's crooked a little. So, but we have all, recreated in the street. But at the same time, there's a balance. We respect our neighbors. We didn't play until 10 o'clock at night. And these kids are just playing ball on the street. And this is a day and age where we're trying to provide more youth services, get our kids out there playing, not be lured into illegal activities, into gangs, and whatever we can do to encourage our kids to be active, to have fun. And I think, many of us that, grew up in a city or wherever, we have fun. And a lot of these folks with basketball hoops, much like myself, also ours when our kid was younger, your driveway's not big enough to have a basketball game. So what do? You put your basketball hoop at the edge of your curb and you play, and you drive through the streets of Troy and they're there. And however, my goal was to just outright repeal it. And I spoke to our corporation counsel, and he's like, after talking to the chief, et cetera, should there be, which is very, very rare, an instance where law enforcement officials or officials need the ability to at least break up, an unruly, bunch of folks in the middle of the street. Let's leave it on the books, but let's put language in that makes sense. So here in front of us this evening, you will see the ordinance. Bear with me. Why is May not coming up? What's that, council member? Yeah, so right now the ordinance reads, no person shall play ball in any of the streets of the city. Ridiculous. Let's put some common sense. So basically we're adding, so as to unduly or unsafely obstruct or impede the free flow of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. So basically, given the ability, should there be an overwhelming crowd who's unruly, et cetera. So Rick worked on the language. It opens it up to at least give the ability if needed. It's going to be very, very rare, if at all. And quite frankly, I've been on the council several years. I have never even known about this ordinance. So if our code enforcement officer, who I thank greatly, did not bring it to our attention, I didn't even know about it. So it's an archaic law. It's an archaic ordinance. We want to be encouraging, our youth to enjoy recreational activities, at the same time respecting their neighbors. And, so hopefully this addresses that. And I really, obviously think moving forward, it's common sense.
Council President.
Okay. That was a tie. I'm going to give it to Councilmember Steele because Councilmember Steele and it was a tie. Councilmember Steele.
Thank you. And thank you, Jim, for ceding the floor. I think this was probably very well intentioned. I have to confess, I was not consulted in its drafting. There's been I've received phone calls about this, a lot of concern about the way it's worded. I would respectfully request that we table it this evening and move it to the law committee for further discussion. I think as it's written now, there is concern about liability to the city. I think we could do a better job wording it and doing some community education. I agree. Yeah, the issue shouldn't be complicated, but we want to make sure if we're going to change it, let's change it the right way. So I would move at this time.
We
to-
have
to
a
table.
motion on the floor to table. Is there a second? Okay, there is no second. Councilmember Gully.
I'm a little confused. I'm just a little confused because this incident wasn't about anything with a vehicle or traffic flow. This was somebody in their home that was complaining that the noise and the kids were aggravating them. So I think that while we're touching on part of this, we're not hitting the piece when it becomes a disruptive disturbance to the neighborhood. And I think that, you know, that incident that happened was not about a car or them blocking traffic. It was about making enough noise and playing to ungodly hours in the street. So how can we modify that in some way?
Well,
to
we
make
have
that-
other laws that address noise ordinance, that address, I mean, there's other ordinances, council member. This specifically is talking about playing ball in the street.
Oh, excuse me. May I ask a
Sure.
question of the corporate counsel?
Sure.
You have the mic?
It's right over there.
The mic, is it working?
In full disclosure, the corporation council did help me with this.
I agree. Hi, Rick, how are you? Thank you. Just a quick question. We have other laws in place that will handle when we have an unruly group of individuals who look like they're having fun playing ball, but we know sometimes that can become loud and boisterous. So, but there are other laws. I know we have like a noise ordinance, but there's been some confusion as to what noise ordinance is actually in law and which one is not. Because I know that at the end of the last mayor's term, at the 12.1 hour, he vetoed so I don't even know what the ordinance law states from the new one to the one they tried to pass when Lou was in here, Mayor Lou Rosamilia at the end. But we do have something in place to handle that part of it. So this here covers a vehicular part, but we do have another piece that covers that additional noise and aggravation in the neighborhood when neighbors are faced with that.
Under state law, we have disorderly conduct, which certainly covers most unruly behavior. It is a violation. It's not a criminal offense. under
So
state
there is
law.
something to cover that situation that happened up there beside the
There are lots of laws. There are laws that even cover a situation where people don't obstruct traffic. So, I mean, I just
Right.
tried to, council president asked me to draft this, and after talking with the chief of police, we added the provisions with respect to, you know, not unduly obstructing or impeding traffic and playing the street in a safe manner.
No, that's good because I just want to make sure that was there because I grew up playing in the streets.
Well, so did I.
Haverman's Ave, Fifth Ave. We played football on the street on Short Fifth Avenue. I had to stop when the cars came by.
And then
And sometimes they would stop to let us finish a play before they would go at it. So I just want to make sure, I don't want to take away the privilege and ability for anybody to utilize. And there's a big difference between a Congress Street and a Haverman's Avenue.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, we have to use our common sense there, which we know some people today might have different visions of what that is. I think that, you know, this covers the vehicle part, but we do have something in place to handle that situation like that occurred up there with that individual at that house. Am I right?
I don't know about that
Yeah.
situation, what that situation
Well,
was.
they complained because the kids were noisy and playing till. did they
But
say
I
they
don't
were
know.
playing?
there's,
I don't know whether
a
this. there was-
debate,
whether
yeah.
there was a
Right.
basis for
Yeah.
the complaint or not.
yeah.
And you
sure.
know how polite some children can be to some older people in a neighborhood. So I want to make sure that we have something to protect them and help them to realize that there is some sort of cordial respect that needs to happen in a neighborhood.
Right.
And I just want to make sure if we don't have something, then I would look to amend this. But if we do, then I think this is fine to cover what we have and what we need, because it's only
I
been
would-
pulled out once in 50 years.
I would say that
100.
the police officers have a lot of tools in in
Great.
their kit.
Council President?
Police officers have a lot of tools in their kit. So
To handle that type.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you very much. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
Council
Chair.
President?
Councilmember Ash McPherson, and then
I
Councilmember.
I
Steele.
just think that we do have other laws, which we have the noise, and correct me if I'm wrong on saying this. We have a curfew and we have the laws of noise after 11 PM and to 6 AM. There's a noise ordinance. So if the kids are out in the street at 12 o'clock, whatnot, there is another ordinance
Right,
that will stop that would, I mean, the kids are allowed to play.
right.
And
Sure.
we're playing in an area that's a dead end. And unfortunately, I've had kids playing in my alley to wee hours in the morning. My son was one of them, and I had to go out there and, the neighbors are complaining, calm it down. I mean, I just think we have other things in play that
Yeah.
would help this.
Yeah, well, that's what I want to get clarity for.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was saying. If I'm wrong, correct me on that.
I don't think you're wrong.
Thank you.
Councilmember Steele.
Well, while you're here, Rick, would you speak to the issue of this clause opening up liability to the city?
And understand that I'm conflicted because I grew up playing in the streets
Well, and-
also. Okay, but
right.
I think the underlying purpose of the ordinance might be, or might have been, not having been there when it was enacted, was to just make it unlawful to play ball in the streets, because that way, if a person was injured while playing ball in the streets, and I'm thinking more of adults than of children here, they would automatically be, it's called negligence per se in the doctrine and law. And it means that they would automatically be negligent. And that negligence would cancel some of their damages, or perhaps even be a superseding cause so that it would insulate the city from liability. And that is how, it's just the same as if you were driving the wrong way down a one-way street. That is negligence per se. It is a contributing cause, and it diminishes your damages because whoever the other person was, whatever their fault is reduced by your fault.
So by changing that and allowing it, how does that change that legal
It
argument?
takes that tool away from corporation counsel in defending a case, because we can't say you shouldn't have been in the street. It was illegal for you to be in the street playing ball.
So we could potentially be opening up. I realize we can't predict. I'm not, I don't have a crystal ball. You don't have a crystal ball.
It takes away that defense
Okay.
to the
Okay.
charge.
And
of
is that,
liability.
as our corporation counsel, is that a concern to you?
As a corporation counsel, it is a concern. Yes.
Again, that's one of the reasons I would have preferred that we had this Senate committee. That's what we have a committee system for. To study and debate and to research. I mean, let's look how other communities are handling this.
I think, and if I may, this is exactly why folks are weary of government. I mean, we overanalyze, overthink, overcomplicate. Listen, we grew up playing in the streets. Everyone here just admitted that. Now we're finding there's a law in the books that actually says don't play in the streets. I worked with the Corporation Council. This is language in front of us. It covers exactly what we've been talking about in terms of allowing that balance. It addresses many of the issues that Councilmember Gully questioned, and the Corporation Council actually worked with me on this language. So, saying that, I think we're overcomplicating, overanalyzing just a very simple law that has been on the books and is archaic. And any council member, if they want, at the next meeting, if you want to introduce something else, Councilmember Steele, to satisfy your concerns, etc., feel free. We're all able to introduce legislation. We're all able to amend legislation. It's our job.
Council President,
Councilmember Min.
also a kid that played in the street, but also someone that knew when the streetlights came on where were you were home. So there may be, because of concerns about noise, and we can certainly, like, all the laws are there. Do we want an ordinance that integrates everything? So you can point to something and say, this is common sense, and it lays everything out. So having, addressing the liability issue, because unfortunately, I think unlike when a lot of people were children, it's a different style of parenting. Things are more litigious. Yes, law can be very tedious, but it's also, we have a fiscal responsibility to the city to, protect ourselves from liability risk. We fundamentally have a fiduciary duty. And, you don't write laws for the people that are going to be home by the time the streetlights come on and, like, game on, game off, right? You write laws for the parents that are going to, a kid getting hurt or someone deciding to sue the city, and we have to protect ourselves. Unfortunately, it's a different world than it was, X number of years ago. So, actually, it may be prudent to send this back to the legal committee and explore 3 different things: the liability concern, but still allowing children to have and adults to have the opportunity to use every part of the city in a safe way, and also maybe speak to the time issue. When the streetlights come on, take it inside, or just having an ordinance that lays it out super clearly so it's one-stop shop. Attorneys, we can weave it all together, but it's not clear to the public. And so, actually, I guess I would make a motion to send this back to the legal committee to at least address those 3 things. And if the language comes back the same, at least we'll know that
We have a motion on the floor for a table to send it back to legal.
Second.
Okay, there's a second. I'm going to take on the discussion. I do want to say 2 things in regard to Councilmember Men's concerns. Like I said, you're always welcome to introduce a package of legislation. This is something very simple, very direct, very common sense in front of us. Additionally, the streetlights, if you want to propose an ordinance that you bring in basketball hoops when the streetlights come on, I have no clue how that would look. You're welcome to do so. Councilmember Sorienko.
The whole liability aspect, I see it as the same as, so we're concerned of, possibly someone getting hit by a car. That could be the same of someone just walking in the street. How could we be liable for that? How could the city be liable for that? That's what I'm not understanding. If they break a window, well, guess what? My daughter just broke my window from kicking the soccer ball. Guess what? It's coming out of her savings account. But so then you hold that person liable or their parents liable. How is it becoming the city's responsibility now? Because of one instance, we're going to go ahead and, go through this with a fine-tooth comb of, we're talking about kids playing out in the streets here, playing ball. I'd rather see the kids play ball than be inside looking, on their phones. It's,
Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Sorienko.
we want to encourage these kids to go outside and play. And, I get it. If it's, if there's a busy street,
You're not playing on a busy street.
if there's a busy street and you're playing ball, yeah, we might have an issue with that. But if you're in a residential area, right down my street, there's about 3 basketball hoops right outside the curb. People are playing ball, no issues whatsoever. So for us to go through with a fine-tooth comb of this law, of this ordinance, I think it's petty.
Thank you,
Council President.
Councilmember Sorienko. Councilmember Steele.
Okay, I don't consider this petty. Believe me, I've been working on this particular issue that caused this for months. I've attempted to resolve it within the neighborhood. We live in a city, we live in neighborhoods. Part of being a neighbor, part of being a good neighbor is talking to each other and working things out. I agree. This is not what people want, is to over legislate. And my point here is, and believe me, I played ball, all ball in the street. I was lucky. I lived on a dead end street, so it was easy, but times have changed. And yes, you're right. My parents, I would have to come in at a certain time, and I knew that. But times have changed. And unfortunately, and I think Rick will agree with me, we live in a very litigious society. And it is our responsibility as elected officials to look at every potential angle. If we're going to introduce legislation and we're going to vote on it, we need to look at all angles to see what could someone interpret this as, and to try to avoid those kinds of loopholes. I feel that I am doing that and I'm fulfilling my responsibility, and I'm not being petty. My grandchildren play basketball in the street. Their hoop is at the end of their driveway. I totally understand that. I'm not trying to deny kids playing in the street. I'm encouraging it. But as an elected official, I feel I have a responsibility to make sure if we're doing it correctly. And I don't see why sending it back to the committee, which is why we have committees, to discuss and wordsmith it if we have to. If we all come to consensus that it's fine, great. Why does it have to be tonight? Why can't it be next month? I think it's worth looking at all the angles.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. And, if I could state something, we have passed millions and millions and millions of dollars of bonding. We have passed millions and millions and millions of dollars of other various projects, ARPA, you name it. We spend 2 minutes. This is one line, and we are totally over evaluating this ordinance. What we are doing tonight is essentially saying, okay, you can still play in the street. If you get unruly, you are not going to be able to play in the street. It covers the city. There are other ordinances, other local laws that cover the city. And quite frankly, I guess my concern on this is, even after we have legislation to propose geothermal and alienate subsurface on the riverfront without a seeker in front of us. However, we'll spend probably maybe 5 minutes on that, but hopefully we are getting a presentation. So I do appreciate Steve doing that. However, it just blows me away sometimes how we overanalyze and basically will spend hours on a piece of legislation that is so simple and so common sense. We do have a motion on the floor with Councilmember Ash McPherson. No.
Rick. In the memo in support, the first line, it says no person shall play ball in any of the streets of the city. That's what was listed in our code as it is, correct?
That's how it exists now. Yes.
Okay. What you're putting in there is the amendment version makes it clear that ball players must yield to pedestrians, but playing ball in the street, if it can be done safely without undue obstruction, would no longer be illegal by itself under the city code.
That's correct.
Okay. Nowhere in there does it say the city would be liable if anyone was injured in either one of those.
No, it doesn't say. You're right.
So we don't have to put something in there. If a child is out playing ball in the street and falls down and gets hurt, it's not the city's responsibility that he fell down and got hurt. Or he got nudged over, whatever. I just think we're trying to make this more complicated than it is.
I'm not trying to, it's very difficult. I don't think this is it is strictly a legal question with regard to if the conduct is illegal, then it's what we call negligence per se, that you were injured while doing it, right? When you make the conduct legal, then you take away that legal defense to the liability. Every parents assert, I have a case right now where a young lad was riding a bike in the street. He hit a dip. He fell off his bike, and we are being asserted as being liable. I don't expect to have to pay out on that claim or bring a settlement to you, but nonetheless, people are pretty litigious. So that's all. You know, I mean, I will, as corporation counsel, I have prosecutorial discretion. I would never prosecute a child or someone for putting up a basketball hoop by the side of the road just on that basis alone, you know, unless there was some really aggravating circumstances. I'm
Okay.
just saying that, but you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it is
if-
it is a
if-
policy
yeah.
question. I just want
Right.
the council to be aware that by repealing the ordinance as written, you are not necessarily assuming liability because there are other defenses to
Right.
liability too, all right? But you are taking away one tool, I guess, in the lawyer's kit. Okay.
Thank you.
And, you know, and if I may, on that note, we're amending the laws, so not repealing.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
We've talked about the liability on this process. We've had many basketball courts around our city for many years. We've not had any incidences per se that would be strategic or hurtful enough to the city. So I think that the liability factor, even though we take it away, Rick, I would have to assume it's at a very, very minute chance of probability, since I think over the past 100 years, we might have had none claims on basketball, would you say, in the street?
I don't recall any prior cases
Any prior-
of having a ball player in the street claim the city was liable.
Yep.
I've had ball players claim for being liable on the city baseball field.
Yeah,
I remember one of those.
yeah,
He injured his knee.
yep.
We asserted the defensive assumption of the risk. I believe we prevailed on that.
Yeah, okay, great. So that happens when they're doing something of activity on the property where they assume some of their own risk. And Councilwoman Steele, I understand where you're going with this, but in hearing everything from everybody, I think that liability factor is so minute that we have to look at the bigger picture here. And I think that this law covers us vehicularly. My concern was that it wasn't covering us with the repercussions from these events, the noise, the aggravation to the residents. But Rick, I apologize, our corporate counsel says we have these laws in place that can, and I think it's that can effectively help the neighborhoods. I just really think it's about enforcement, and enforcement has been a problem with the city for 100 years. Because, and it's not because they don't want to, it's just we don't have enough staff and they can't get there. We don't have enough people to be everywhere, and that's unfortunate. And some people, we have to admit that some neighbors in neighborhoods can be a little bit more difficult because maybe they just aren't into kids. My sister-in-law never wanted to be around families because she just didn't want to have that the kid thing around her. She was just an adult who never got married. Great woman, just it was her personality. And maybe this is something that we face with some people, but I don't really see I don't see a great deal of concern to bring this to law. Just myself, I don't see a great concern to bring it to law. I think it's a good starting step, and I agree with the council president. If somebody wanted to bring something up that might enhance the probability or lessen the probability of liability and enhance our protection, be great to do. But I don't see anything here that is harmful. So I won't support the table.
Council
Thank
President.
you, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Mann.
I mean, I think going to the expertise of the legal committee and having a quick conversation about what does our liability insurance policy say? How does it protect us if we eliminate, or modify one of our legal defenses in a worst case scenario? Having that conversation, the language that comes out of the committee may be identical, absolutely identical. But if there's a few other questions, this is something that, as it stands on the books, that's with the other laws that are in place, up until this point, we haven't had an issue. So modifying it may not even be necessary. Modifying it as drafted by Corporation Counsel may be exactly what the committee says. And then with further discussion of at least reviewing how insurance could protect us from a worst case scenario. Literally, your legal committee could have a 5-minute conversation and this would be right back. And in the meantime, really nothing is changing other than we know that if we're making any modifications, we're making them highly informed. And unfortunately, you're going to have that balance between the ability to enjoy every aspect of the city, every street, and concerns about noise and it's a balancing act. And sometimes we're just going to have people that are not happy, but part of our job is to really be as detailed as possible. And this is a law that affects kids and how kids interact with their neighbors and how kids may end up interacting with the police or code enforcement. And we want to make sure that we have something that's as clear and comprehensive as possible, because you don't want a kid who's just innocently playing baseball, soccer, basketball, have their first interaction with our law enforcement being a negative one because a neighbor calls the cops on them. And if we can come back and say, we really did our due diligence and took it all the way to our legal committee, checked our insurance policy, then we know we can say to a parent, we can say to a kid, we can say to our police department, hey, this is how we want a positive community relationship. And we may not be able to make everyone happy.
Thank you, Councilmember Min. That's just what I was thinking when I was a kid. I'm going to bring it to a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
No.
Councilmember, correct.
No.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I'm going to say no, but I'm also going to say that I will call a law meeting so we can have discussed to maybe find one particular law in the book that we can make sure that any street playing or wall playing that the city won't be liable or so forth. So I'm going to say no to the amendment right now, but we'll have a meeting and try to go further with it.
This is on the amendment. So, yeah, okay. Councilmember, correct. On the motion to table. Councilmember Steele. Right. Councilmember Steele.
Well, it sounds like we almost had a law committee meeting on it, but yeah, I would like to see this tabled. I think clearly we've had enough discussion tonight. It merits more. I certainly support children playing in the street or wherever they can. But I like to do it the right way.
Councilmember Min.
I'm going to vote yes, knowing that if legal committee is meeting, it may be a moot point. But I think it's good that we're being as diligent. Anytime it's something involving kids and neighborhood relations, it's worth investing the time. They're worth it.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
I'm going to vote yes, just to, I feel like the concerns are addressed in our ordinances, but I kind of trust if Sue has a concern, we should look into it just a little bit.
Councilmember Soriento. I'm going to vote no. And I'll explain my vote very quickly. But this was a super, super good discussion. But I want to make it clear, we definitely intertwined many, many issues to one sentence. The sole sentence here was right now on the books, we're saying the kids, you're not allowed to play in the streets of Troy. You're not allowed to play ball in the streets of Troy, period. That's what it says. Okay. Very simply, without over lawyering it, over complicating, over government. This is exactly how we go down roads where let's talk about it. Let's talk about this. Let's, legislate. Let's send it back to committee. So it sits in committee and we talk about there. Listen, it's pretty simple. We're telling kids, you cannot right now, a code enforcement officer right now, without passing this, can cite a homeowner for their kid playing ball in the street. How absurd is that? What I'm saying is, with the Corporation Council's assistance, is essentially, if obviously, I wanted to repeal the thing, and I get it, and the Corporation Council stated that could really put the city in a position. So I say, you know what? Okay, let's leave it on the books, but let's cover the issue in terms of if there is obstruction, if there is, say 40, 50, and they're blocking the street, we give the ability to law enforcement. Regarding all the other things that were stated, bridging the, trust between police, between kids. Yeah, I mean, but that's a whole other issue. And what I'm seeing here tonight is right now on the books, your kids, my kids, and my kid did play on this very same exact where this problem occurred. And all we're saying is, okay, you can play on the street if you respect your neighbors, if you pay, if you're not playing ball, at midnight, etc. Because there's already laws on the books saying that. There's laws on the books saying if you're, too noisy. There's laws on the books if you're disruptive. There's laws on the books if you, are rude. There's so many laws. This is a law that's antiquated. This is a law that's unnecessary, archaic, and we're amending it. But all the other issues discussed tonight, I encourage you, please have a law committee meeting, have a public safety committee meeting. But tonight, this ordinance is solely talking about kids or people, I should say, playing ball in the streets. I vote no to tabling. The motion to table goes down 4-3 on the original ordinance. Ordinance amending Chapter 251 of Tracy Code. We already have a motion. We have a second. We'll take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson. Councilmember Steele.
Yes.
Councilmember Min.
Yes.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Soriento.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, I vote aye. Thank you. The motion or the ordinance passes 7-0. And I truly apologize because I got so excited about ordinance 22. I totally dissed Andy and Steve. So saying that, we will now ask our comptroller, Andy, to give us the 2021 AUD. It was forwarded, the email, it's 108 pages. So if you go into your email, do a search for an AUD, I'll find it and I'll give you the date. And Andy does have a PowerPoint. Awesome.
Is the AUD should be up on the TV in front of you. Hoping it is.
Council, I also have a copy over here if anybody needs one.
She did look at you too.
Only because she knew I was out of town.
Can we all share? If you do search, you will be able to find it.
Just put it in the middle. We'll all look at it.
Yes, from Andy.
The AUD was sent out to council members, I believe, on April 22nd.
Oh my God.
Yep, got it. It's a PDF link. Thank you, Andy.
So the AUD is due, also called the annual financial report. It's due to be filed with the state comptroller's office by April 30th of every fiscal year. It was filed this year on April 22nd. It encompasses all city funds. which includes this list in front of you, I'll touch on some of these. Some of these I will go through rather quickly in the interest of time. It is a very long, it is a very comprehensive document. There are multiple departments within the finance arm of the city that are involved in the preparation. I do want to thank one employee in particular, Gene Hoyt, who enters manually every single number into the document. It is not uploaded. It is very old and antiquated software that is supposed to be replaced sometime in the next 24 months. I'll get right into it. Pages 3 and 4 are the balance sheet of the general fund, followed by a detailed revenue listing in pages 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and through page 11. I'm going to stop on page 12. This is where you can see the total surplus or deficit in the general fund for the fiscal year. Total revenues in the general fund were $99,854,000. Expenditures were $99,693,000. As was discussed during the review of the preliminary report, there's a significant jump from 2020 to 2021 because of the American Rescue Plan. The total net change in the general fund was a surplus of $161,584 for the 2021 fiscal year. Currently ongoing is the independent audit. They had been out twice for field work. They're coming back. Let's look at my calendar. They're coming back the end of May. If everything stays on track, I would anticipate the council approving the audit. I would hope at the August city council meeting, but no later than the September city council meeting.
Hold on one second, Andy. Maria is doing something really awesome, bringing the TV closer.
And I should have, that will probably help. I'm trying to make it.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Hey, thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Sandy. You know why? I'm trying to pull up your SharePoint, Andy, and here it is, finally. It's very difficult
It's a
because
lot
it's
to
such a
load.
big document. Thank you.
So again, I hope that the independent audit is complete and to the city council for the the August or September city council meetings.
Yeah. It's not opening. Is it?
The next page is some funds. Everything that's reported is at the discretion of the state comptroller's office, so it's not continuous for all funds. What's required for one fund may not be required for another fund. General fund, you're required to submit your 2022 budget. That's this page. The next fund, and I'm going to skip to the next fund is the CD fund. It's a special grants fund. It's what houses the CDBG program, the home program, ESG, and other grants primarily for public safety. You have a balance sheet, similar results of operations. I'm going to skip to the change in fund balance. The total change of fund balance for that fund for 2021, it decreased $22,243. That there's nothing to be alarmed about there. That was some accounting cleanup from the prior years. But that's that. It's generally a net zero fund activity for the year. Because of CDBG is the driver of the fund, and revenues match expenditures. Generally speaking, with the exception of program income is earned, but that's the CD fund. The next fund in the document is the garbage fund. And I will skip ahead. It's the same here, balance sheet, results of operations. Looking at the change in fund balance. The garbage fund, and as it had been discussed throughout 2021 and at the preliminary review, the net change in fund balance for the garbage fund was a deficit of $170,000 for the 2021 fiscal year. Again, that was anticipated, certainly not ideal in any circumstance. There was fund balance available to absorb the deficit, but the ending fund balance in the garbage fund for 2021 is $284,383. And I should note, I do not expect much movement at all. And the funds I've gone through so far with regards to the audit. They should stay the same given where we are in the process with Bonadio so far. The next fund is the,
1 second, Andy. Councilmember Gully has a question.
Andy, just simply the 170,000 deficit for garbage, is that due to loss of revenue from customers going to outside companies?
I would say that's the principal reason.
Okay, have you had any notion of when those introductory specials run out for those companies that have been offering people enjoy that deal?
If I remember correctly, I would guess sometime late this year. I believe, if I recall, the company that you're referencing, which I won't get into the name,
Yeah.
They amended their specials as time went on, with the most beneficial special being there at the beginning. I think we have figured it out that you could start potentially seeing residents come back sometime in October or November.
Okay, that's great, Andy. Thank you. Do you feel that the numbers put together with the 2022 budget and the expectation of people coming back, that the garbage fund could be whole by the end of the year, 2022?
I would hope so. It's still early in the year, even on May 19th, to know that. I think the 2022 budget was better built because we had actual data on the number of people who went private. We altered the formula when considering that impact, in that we use the actual number of adjustments for private collection as of, I would say, September 30th or thereabouts in 2021 for the 2022 budget. So we had the most accurate data. In prior years, we were taking averages. The drastic increase in private collection certainly merited the need to alter, reanalyze how we were projecting out exemptions to be in the next fiscal year. I also think the 2022 budget for the garbage fund was much more sound on the expenditure side. We had talked about it at the budget hearings. Just for example, the overtime budget had been historically budget-wise been too low. Correcting that number certainly will help. When you're looking at, percentages of 285,000 or things of that nature, it's a much smaller budget than the general fund, which drives material numbers significantly down.
Yep. So one last question I would have is that, let's say these outside companies provide another special that continues to draw people away. Is our sanitation system, do we have a plan B or a functionable plan if we see these companies come out and try to, aggressively take more of the customers in Troy? Do we have a plan for that without going to the taxpayers and raising this up beyond, realistic value here?
That's certainly something I would, that's a conversation that would involve more than myself.
Yep.
That brings in a lot of different members of the administration into what that would look like. From my role is a budget of revenues matching expenditures.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate the answers
Sure.
and the honesty.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Andy,
Excuse me.
I'm
Thank-
glad you're there, Andy.
thank you. So my question is, and I've asked this numerous amount of times, do we have an accurate number of our units?
Yes, I would hope so.
And out of that, and out of the deficit and so forth in here, a number of those units that are delinquent, is that causing the number to be down as well?
No, because revenue in the garbage fund, water fund, and sewer fund are recognized as they are billed. The general fund has a whole different playing field when it comes to how revenues are recognized. They're recognized as they are billed because they're re-levied under the property taxes and other, governing general municipal law and things of that nature dictate how revenue is recognized.
So you're recognizing the revenue and adding in accounts that aren't even paid because they're delinquent, but you're just putting the money in there in case they do pay. Is that what I just heard you say?
No, what, I guess I'm going to scroll up so I can show you. The box I just highlighted in blue is the total. This is the principal revenue account in the garbage fund, $3.438 million refuse and garbage charges. It's made up of the garbage fee, bulk billings, and bulk pickup, garbage violations, and per unit fee billing. The city of Troy billed $3,438,000 in 2021 for those services. We did not get paid that dollar amount. What we got paid was the difference between that number and the re-levies.
And where is that on there? Am I not seeing it?
The re-levies not on here.
Do you have that number? Oh, I'm sorry.
I can get it.
Thank you.
I apologize,
That's
Councilwoman
right.
Ash McPherson.
That's okay. Thank you. So again, I still question the amount of the units, and I'd like to have a number attached, if you can get me that as well, because I still feel that there's places out there that may or may not be. And we're doing the pickup at places, and I know we've discussed this in the past. And we corrected one or two of them that I could come across. So, I mean, I'm just trying to see if there's something that we're missing, and I wanted to make sure how accurate they were. And I know your numbers are accurate, but I'm just asking that again.
I can tell you that when we find out that there's a property that's not being billed, we bill them. It's the same instance that if a resident calls and for simplicity says that they're going to a private hauler effective July 1st, we prorate the bill 6 months. But the whole bill is not taken off. If the city comes back, if a resident comes back for service on October 1st, they will be billed for 3 months by the city for garbage collection.
Okay. Thank you.
Good questions. Councilmember Gully, are you good?
Good.
Andy, without getting too much in the weeds for 2023, in 2022, when the budget was passed for the garbage, there was a proposal and discussion that a new proposal would be coming forth in 2022. We're literally almost into June. I take it that proposal is not coming forth this year. And for the 2023 budget, which obviously comes super quick, September-ish, October, it sounds far away, but it's not. And Andy knows, as the person overseeing the budget, it comes real quick. Is there any movement in that direction?
There's certainly ongoing conversations internally about what a new program would look like. There's the operational component of it, there's the financial component of it, and then there's the blending of that. There's the way I look at really three different factors. Those conversations are ongoing internally.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Are there any further questions on the garbage fund?
Oh, we could sit here all night and talk about garbage. Believe me.
We love talking.
The next fund is the miscellaneous special revenue fund. In 2021, this fund was established to account for the American Rescue Plan. That was done in consultation with both the State Comptroller's Office and the Bonadeo Group. The reason there were, because of the way, again, a lot of this is revenue recognition rules from New York State and the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. $13,282,000 was appropriated for the American Rescue Plan into the CM fund. They're for upcoming projects related to the funding. There's a bit of it, the way the accounting structure was set up internally was programs that were not city infrastructure or not for city infrastructure are accounting wise housed within the CM fund. If they're for city infrastructure and a project that the city will run is in the capital projects fund, which is upcoming. So you see that there's $13,276,000 sitting in that fund at the end of the year. It's exclusively for the American Rescue Plan.
Andy, when do we anticipate the second tranche of the 20-some odd million for the ARPA?
The documentation needed was submitted. They don't tell you when they're going to send it. It just, quite honestly, it just appears. That's how it was with the first tranche, and that's how it will be with the second tranche. They just, one day we'll go in and we'll see. Quite honestly, one day we'll go in and we'll see there'll be an additional $20 million in the bank account. There's no heads up from Treasury. They just release the funds.
And just while we're on this, for full disclosure for anyone out there listening and for the full council, we did receive close to 100 applications. They're being reviewed and they're being put into a database. The deputy mayor is working on that, and hopefully the steering committee is meeting shortly, and we'll make sure that we report everything back as soon as we get more information. Okay. Andy, real quick, I apologize. On the garbage fund, the tipping fees I notice are up, but our agreement has stayed the same and we have less folks participating. Why would tipping fees go up?
So the contract that the city has for tipping fees allows for annual increases to the, I believe it's to what CPI is, Consumer Price Index. So there was a price increase in 2021.
Okay, so per ton it did go up.
Per ton it went up in accordance with the contract.
Okay, I didn't think it went up. Huh. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Andy.
The next fund is the water fund. And I will note that the letters that you're seeing next to the fund name, for instance, water is FX, those are at the discretion of the State Comptroller's Office. Not much rhyme or reason, so my personal opinion, to what they are. With that said, the total change in the water fund was a positive. There was surplus in the water fund of $949,818 for the 2021 fiscal year. There was not much from the preliminary report to the finality of reconciling all the accounts. Much change. There was nothing that changed that wasn't expected to change. Are there any questions about the water fund?
Andy, where would it be coded with the outside communities?
That would be in metered water sales. So the way it gets so on the quarterly report, it's split out. For the AUD filing, it's aggregated together between city residents and outside communities.
Oh, I got you. All right.
It's highlighted there in blue. So it ended up being $10,461,000.
Okay, thank you.
The next fund, if there's no other questions, is the sewer fund. I'm going quickly. If council members would like to meet to go over it more in depthly, I'd be more than glad to. It's a very long and comprehensive document. That's the
And you know what? I would honestly encourage you to sit down with Andy. When I first started, we sat down and he was just getting his bearings, and is very, very helpful to take the time to go through it at least once. I would not recommend every year. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, Andy.
sewer. There's a $2 change in the fund balance from year to year. The $2 was done to do it so that the audit number the audit fund balance agrees to the AUD number. The surplus, the transfer for the CSO project, in adherence with that policy, was done, which is why there's a $2 change in fund balance. The transfer, just so that the council's aware, the transfer to the CSO for the CSO project for 2021 was just under $1.9 million. The next fund is the capital projects fund. While this may seem alarming, this is again revenue recognition and accounting rules. The fund balance decreased $7.1 million. That is exclusively because of how revenue is recognized when projects are financed by bond resolution. If it's on short-term debt, it's recognized when it's paid. If it's a long-term debt, it's recognized when it's issued. There was the Siemens project was the driver in the decrease in the fund balance for 2021. That's on short-term debt. What I would expect to see is there was long-term debt issued in the first quarter of 2022. So that alone will start to bring the fund balance back up. This is the significant change is consistent. If you look back to prior AUDs, you go up and down with the timing of debt and when long-term debt's issued and paid down.
So Andy, so we're in the negative because it's just, it's timing, or?
It's negative because of the way accounting rules are.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
could you give us layman term explanation because we're not accountants?
The city, this is,
Oh, no.
Talking normal isn't easy, is it?
yeah, it's,
Dollars and cents.
You're leaving us. We're gonna. torture
Andy, it's
you.
like putting you on the golf course with them. All right, it'd be the reverse.
revenue is recognized for capital projects when you have a grant, when you issue long-term debt, or you pay off short-term debt. We only issue short-term debt in the first instance. We did not issue any long-term debt in 2021. That was a strategic decision done in concert with our financial advisor for a variety of reasons. It was advantageous at the time. We were trying to to strike when the interest rate market was at its best. We accomplished that, I would say, with the first quarter issuance in 2022, because we got long-term debt issued right before the interest rates for municipal bonds started to increase. The struggle I'm having is there's no short-term debt instruments for the regular person. It's a benefit that local governments have. And when the Siemens project is on short-term debt right now, and there are significant expenditures in 2021 in relation to that, but we did not convert to long-term debt in 2021. I know that's probably not layman's terms. I'm trying to come up with a good example on the fly, and I apologize for that.
So we spent the money in anticipation of getting the money.
Or the project's locally funded, and it was more advantageous for the city to stay on short-term debt than it was to go to long-term debt. Not all capital projects have grant funding behind them.
Okay. Got that, Angels?
That was
All
good.
good?
That was good, Andy. Not bad. Not
Thank you,
bad.
Andy. I'm a normal person.
Now, Councilmember Gully, do you want to explain to Andy, a birdie?
No.
I'm sure he knows it.
For
Go ahead,
Gabrielle.
The K fund is the fixed assets of the city. So the fixed assets grew $30 million from 2020 to 2021. I will note it now, and it will be noted at the audit presentation. The city is not in compliance with an accounting rule that requires you to depreciate your fixed assets. The city needs to have a study done of all the fixed assets that was funded through the American Rescue Plan. But that is a reason why this number is so high. But Bonadio will certainly speak to that when they give their audit presentation in the next few months. The next fund is trust and agency. This fund no longer exists, so I will skip through it. It no longer exists because of accounting rules. The TC fund is the custodial fund. So what you're seeing here is that essentially at the end of 2021, the city, and I'm just highlighting it, is holding $6.9 million in assets for Rensselaer County, Troy School District, Troy Library, and Troy Bid. This fund is used for when a municipality is holding money or cash or receivables that does not belong to them. We are just the intermediary.
Andy?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Mann.
For the American Rescue Plan, as we start dispersing money, are we going to see that held in those custodial accounts, or is that going to stay in a separate fund?
The All-American Rescue Plan monies per the New York State Comptroller's Office is to originate from the general fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next fund is the debt service fund. That holds monies that have been set aside for future debt payments principally, and then there's also a component of the MAC as well included in the debt service fund. The city side of it is monies that are, it's premium that the city receives on debt issuances that is set aside for the following fiscal year. I promise we're almost done. The last fund is the long-term debt fund. Just to go through what each of these is very briefly. State or authority loans payable of $2.5 million is the Troy Mac outstanding balance as of December 31st. Net pension liability, $9.8 million is how much the city owes for every single employee currently enrolled but not retired in the New York State retirement system. That's both ERS and PFRS. OPEB liability, $164,000, or $164 million. That is the actuarial cost of health insurance benefits for any and all city employee, retiree, and eligible dependent that is enrolled in the plan on December 31st, and assuming no one else enters the plan. Installment purchase debt is $8.7 million. Compensated absences of $7 million is the cost to pay out all employees' accrued time as of December 31st. Due to employee retirement system, $2.9 million is the total balance outstanding on the pension loans from prior year deferred pensions, and bonds payable are city issued serial bonds. There's $16 million outstanding as of December 31st. That's encompassing general water, sewer, and garbage funds. From here back, and I will skip going through all these, but there's a litany of supplemental schedules. The first is a very detailed breakdown of all city debt.
Andy, can you rotate that for us?
Clockwise.
So the first supplemental schedule, as you can see,
And bigger, please.
yes. So this is, you can see how detailed this is. This is every single debt instrument the city has outstanding as of December 31st, 2021. There's a significant amount of reporting that goes into this. This schedule itself is the single longest part of the AUD to enter and to get the foot. Going down, the bond anticipation notes, every single bond anticipation note that the city's issued.
Like it. Where are we
And
going?
it looks like a lot, certainly. Believe it or not, it is easier for us to track each individual bond anticipation note as opposed to aggregating it down into one, which is why there are so many of them. And that's the end of this schedule. That's the end of the debt schedule. The next is a schedule. I will note the schedule of time and deposits and investments is we have filled this out subsequent to filing. The state comptroller's office audits the AUD separate from the Bonadeo group. Essentially what this is, and you'll see it going forward in future years, is an analysis of total cash on hand versus the amount collateralized. We are significantly over collateralized, which is a very good thing. Then the next supplemental schedule is a listing of all city bank accounts. Every capital project that's financed through debt has its own separate bank account, which is why there are so many of them. There's a questionnaire and a summary of employee and retiree benefits that we must complete. And I believe, energy costs and consumptions, the city, that we are not required to complete that. And then the certification for filing. And that is the AUD document itself.
Overall, Andy, compared to prior years, this is my seventh AUD and a few of us multiple ones. But the new members, how would you, as the financial doctor of the house, rate the AUD?
Thought the process this year for filing was very good. It's the earliest it's ever, in my time here with the city since 2013, it's the earliest it's ever been filed. A lot of thank you goes to staff within multiple departments who got information in quickly, which is very appreciated. Result wise, it's what was expected in relation. We expected a surplus, a small, modest surplus in the general fund that came to fruition. The garbage fund deficit, that that was foreseen. We knew that there would be, we expected water fund surplus and the sewer fund to break even. So result wise in the 4 operating funds, everything was consistent with no surprises.
Did anyone have just questions from here? Comptroller reviews it, and then when do you hear, Andy?
So we're currently discussing, I'll say, certain nuanced accounting components of the state comptroller's office review. What we'll end up doing is meshing it with the Bonadillo group so that there is a consistent portrayal of the city's financial documents. What I don't want to see happen is the audit have one thing, excuse me. If then OSC changed the AUD to something else and the city's stuck in the middle with having to pick a side as to who to adhere to. So we'll get that ironed out with the state comptroller's office when Bonadillo's back at the end of the month. And it will be finalized with them. And then the audit, again, I would expect it to the city to be to the city council by the August city council meeting, if not September.
And real quick, Andy, next year, how will it look differently with the MAC? That whole issue being resolved?
You'll see a significant decrease right off the bat. You'll see the debt service fund and the V fund will be significantly diminished. There'll be some changes in the general fund. They'll be somewhat nuanced. But there'll be a pretty significant change in the debt service fund. Primarily, a lot of the change will happen on the balance sheet, the general fund, is what I would say.
Okay. All right. Want to move into the first quarter?
So the first quarter report. And what I can do is, if it works for everyone, I'll put the schedule up and then go through the footnotes that I wrote without having those up. All right. So I will say from a 10,000 foot view, and this adheres to all 4 funds, the first quarter report it certainly shows where we are through 3 months. It gives 0 indication as to how any of the 4 funds will end the year. The city, the way revenues happen, general funds backloaded to the 4th quarter. Garbage fund happens primarily in the 2nd quarter. Water fund is backloaded to the 4th quarter with the way timing works for residential billing to some degree, but also most outside communities get billed every 6 months. And the sewer fund backloaded with the way residential billing works. So this is just a snapshot as of March 31st. The revenues in the general fund decreased 1.22% or 236,000, total 19,161,000. I will touch on why that decreased. It is a one-time revenue occurrence that happened in 2021 in a moment. Property taxes, because the tax levy changes annually, best way to look at that is through collections year to year. There was a very marginal, immaterial decrease in collections, less than 0.1% in the first quarter of 2022. So that property tax collection remains strong. Local sources, only 6.5% has been recognized in the first quarter. The first quarter of sales tax revenue is received in the 2nd quarter of the city's fiscal year. There's 1 quarter recognized in the 2nd quarter, 1 quarter recognized in the 3rd quarter, and 2 quarters recognized in the city's 4th quarter because of the way the calendar works for sales tax. Public safety, pretty significant increase of $84,000 or 27%, with 76% recognized of the budget. That is primarily from vacant building fees of increased collections through the property tax re-levy And also current year collection. Health, an increase of 6% over 2021's 3-month total, 2022 total, $346,000. That's ambulance billing primarily. I'll try to make this bigger.
Andy, real quick, I apologize. So the public safety, the increase in those revenues were largely the vacant building fees. Is that because we became more aggressive enforcing that initiative? Clearly, there weren't more vacant buildings, or were they? So was it more enforcement, more vacant buildings? I will say I've gotten more calls on the vacant building fees this year as opposed to prior years, not dozens, but definitely an uptick. But are there more vacant buildings? Can you lean into that a bit?
The increase is coming from both. And I don't mean this, that code enforcement was not doing a good job in prior years of getting paid, but of getting the money collected, but there was certainly an increase in first quarter collections of current year vacant building fees. There was also an increase year over year of collection of the re-levied vacant building fees. So it's a combination of both that's occurred.
Did we always re-levy, Andy, the vacant building fees? I believe we have, correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought. But did we do something different? I mean, this is a huge increase, obviously.
No. It's if code enforcement did, I would defer to them if they've changed how they are billing or collecting current year. Re-levy wise, there was no change in the procedure.
Councilmember Min.
Andy, do you think with COVID and foreclosure moratoriums and cases not necessarily moving through court to get a building back into service, that may be a factor? So buildings were in foreclosure, unoccupied, secured, listed for vacant buildings. I'm just wondering if we're going to see a fall off as those buildings get sold again.
There certainly could be. And I did mean to note this. Vacant building fees is a revenue category that has never had a trend. It's a wave. I mean, even prior to the pandemic, it would go up and down and up and down. This is the first year that I generally in prior years, you could see that wave of sorts being driven by the amount of collections that was occurring on re-levy. This is the first year that, in looking at, because they come over as two different reports, there's an increase in current year collections coupled with the re-levy collection. You know, what's causing it? I do not know.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
So state aid, which there's a decrease of $1.859 million.
Andy, I'm so sorry. In health, have we always put the ambulance billings under health?
Yes.
Why did I think that had its own? Okay, thank you.
State aid in 2020, New York State withheld 20% of aid to municipalities for the entire year. They released that withheld aim in two tranches, one in the first quarter of $1,859,000. The second remaining balance, the remaining balance was received in the second quarter. That's the decrease year over year. We do not generally receive any aid to municipality is received in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year. So that will be a very low number as the city progresses through the 2022 fiscal year. This decrease is driving the decrease year over year, as you can see. It is the exclusive reason why. It's just the timing of which the state released the AIM. We recognized it as a 2021 revenue and used it for a variety of reasons. One of the main reasons was we used that money to pay off 3 outstanding pension deferral loans with the state. Federal aid,
Andy,
yes.
once again, I apologize. The licenses and permits, I know that you mentioned the decline in the building permit revenue. And, you know, we talked about it, obviously during COVID, we did see a decline in building permits, you know, for obvious reasons. Why, I mean, you would think 2022 would definitely the first quarter overweigh 2021. What do you think that decrease is attributed to?
Timing of when building permits are pulled. Building permits has always been a category that I look at more in depth. I've always looked at it more in depthly as the year went on, because it's, in a lot of ways, building permits are one-time revenues for the major ones, because obviously they only get pulled one time at construction, or as the singular construction project occurs. My best guess would be that timing of when the permits are pulled.
Because I know our Tom Hannock reservoir licenses, they're booming.
And so the Tomahawk fishing permit revenue is recorded in the water fund.
Why would it in the water fund?
Yes, that's where it's always been housed, because the water fund owns the Tomahawk reservoir.
Okay. What about the other licenses? The dog licenses is in here, correct?
Dog licenses is in there, and that has increased $2,800.
Woo! Wait till you see our outreach program. Stay tuned.
Federal aid, that the $1 million that you're seeing is the $1 million for the American Rescue Plan that was approved, I believe, in February. That's what that exclusive item is.
Which one's that, Andy? Sorry.
Federal aid, $1 million.
Okay. Okay.
And that's it for general fund revenues, unless if there are any other questions.
I think we're good. Anyone? All right.
Good.
We're good. Yeah, he does a good job.
Does a great job.
General fund expenditures, I'll scroll to the bottom. $18.3 million at the end of the first quarter of 2022, $16.353 million at the end of 2021, an increase of 12%, or just under $2 million. Scrolling to the top. There's been an increase in the permanent salaries have increased $565,000 year over year. Every bargaining unit within the city had a contractually negotiated raise for 2022, which is driving that increase. I will note 19% of the budget's been expended. What it's from vacancies primarily, as we can expect within the fire department. Police department overtime increased $66,000. That's incident driven, and the negotiated contractual raise in 2022 impacts that. 8.25% increase in fire department overtime, or $302,000, driven certainly by the number of vacancies, the contractual increases, and incidents. Materials and supplies, $398,000 increase. 33% of the budget has been expended. This increase, and we're going to see it throughout this report, is in large part due to rising costs of inflation. In reviewing each expenditure account itself. That was the primary cause of that increase. It's also an increase from the body cam. The cost of the body worn camera program for the police department. In 2021, when it was implemented, that program had been financed through debt. A portion of it was eligible to be used. This is the first year that the cost of the program is borne within the city's operating budget. This was anticipated and budgeted for, and a large reason why you are seeing 34% of the budget has been expended to date. Insurance. Insurance costs $770,000, a very, very large increase of $278,000. You will see substantial increases in all four funds for insurance. Multiple staff, city staff and administration members reviewed the policy with the city's insurance agent. It was shopped to every possible broker that there is. The cost you are seeing here is consistent across all municipalities and what everyone is experiencing.
Okay, backtrack that again, Andy, I apologize.
So the insurance cost that you're seeing here of $278,000 is because of the municipal market. It was shopped to a significant number of insurance agencies, and these were the results that the city, this was the most it may not seem it would, but what you're seeing on this report was the most cost advantageous policy for the city to enter into that we received quotes back on. There were markets who wouldn't even quote the city.
Andy, are we a member of NYMER, the New York?
No.
Have we looked into that at all? I know other municipalities and counties are members of that, and I know it's like a pool type of insurance, and I really hear great things.
So we've shopped it. We've shopped it. To my recollection, I remember distinctly shopping it once. We've also, it's an ongoing annual conversation. I believe there are components of the city's insurance policy that NYMER does not cover.
Really?
Yes, and there's also the cost component to it as well. I do recall that the year that we got a quote from them, they were not the most cost advantageous to the city.
Huh, okay. You think? Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're talking 300K in the first quarter. That's just astounding, you know?
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Min.
Andy, just out of curiosity, are those insurance pools national, New York, regional, something else?
The NYMER one that we've referenced is exclusive to, I believe it's all available to all New York State local governments.
And the ones that we selected, do we know what those pools draw from?
I don't know that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good question. All right, Andy.
Dues, the increase you're seeing here for dues was a reclassification of expenditures to better reflect what they're actually for, primarily within the BIS department for 2022.
So that was just like moved.
It was moved from a variety of different accounts, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, just moved. But Andy, what's the real increase there? Is there an increase or is it not?
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's 1,000% increase, but he said he's more combining accounts.
So taking out the reclassification, the increase is $25,000. A portion of that is we joined a multitude of organizations in 2021 and the beginning of 2022 to use as a resource for information regarding the American Rescue Plan. Outside, and I can't speak highly of NICOM, but you know, even NICOM was recommending memberships to,
Yep.
for example, National League of Cities. We joined New York State GFOA, National GFOA, which is Government Finance Officers Association, which has provided a wealth of valuable resources and webinars and trainings to everyone. Consultant services totaled $580,000. The increase is driven by four main areas. The annual increase to the city's payment for the county for 911 services, parking system upgrades that occurred, third-party tree removal services, and there were costs borne with the serial bond issuance that increased from 21 to 22. All of those were budgeted for. We had, for example, there were bond ratings done by Moody's and S&P. Those do cost money. Those were the four driving factors of the increase.
Andy,
Yes.
you put the 9/11 in here. Isn't that a different account that's under, it wouldn't be it's not under consulting, is it?
Yes,
How, I know I ask all the time. That expires 2025? Yeah, I forget.
I have it. It expires at the end of 2024.
2024. And how much did it go up this year? But the mayor just said 50.
$100,000.
100. Whoa. Councilmember Ash McPherson, 100K. Ooh, man. And what's our total each year? I forget. Sorry, I know it's up there.
In 2022, it will cost $900,000. In 2023, it will cost $1 million.
Okay.
And in
Yeah.
2024, it will cost $1,020,000.
Oh, so the last year they only raised it 20K to entice us to do another 10-year. Rick smiling.
How that is.
And I know in those consultant services, none of that was attributed to legal, correct? I'm kidding.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Well, I don't know why I would ask him because he's not going to be here, but Mr. Mayor, is there any effort to look at any other options for a shared services 9/11 program that might be a little less expensive to the residents of Troy? Is this thing on or not?
Yes. You really got to get into it.
Is there any feasibility to having our own 911 system, or is it too broad, or? I mean, of course, being a regular guy, these numbers astonish me for phone service,
Mhm.
but I know it's very important. Sure. No, I understand. Just thoughts that you can think about.
And Auntie, real quick, I'm so sorry. Just to backtrack quick, under the materials and supplies, I apologize. I was getting an update on the patient that is being unruly in the hospital. Real quick, the body worn cameras, you mentioned in terms of sizable payments. Is that's for the upkeep and the data, correct? Not the the body cams. It's the annual update, the data, et cetera.
I believe so.
Okay. Okay.
Then the last three, debt service. First quarter debt payments include the max serial bonds, bond anticipation notes, and installment purchase debt. The decrease is because of a decrease in the MAC debt payment. Pension costs, we don't recognize any pension costs until the fourth quarter when the final bills are received and can be divided out proportionately amongst all departments. And finally, health insurance, which is decreased 16.88%, but cannot be relied that you can't rely on that decrease for the remainder of the year because that is, as we saw in 2021, incredibly volatile and is defined exclusively by usage. So it is something that we monitor continuously within the comptroller's office.
And I guess, Andy, real quick, so the bottom line, we're up about 12% in the first quarter. And it's obviously not an indication for the next three, but can we, and I guess this would be to the mayor also, ensure that we're at least keeping that increase of 12% in mind? So we're monitoring it like very, very closely, like we're monitoring it quarterly, but is there anything in-house being done to ensure that our departments are just monitoring certain things? I mean, some things are out of our control, I get it. But is there anything being done in-house just to just keep in the back of our mind? Because that's pretty high, 12%, but I also know it's the first quarter, et cetera. So.
Council President.
So
Sure. Go ahead, Mayor. Thanks. Right. Right. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate that. And
I think too, and I couldn't hear what the mayor said, so I apologize if I repeat it. I think a lot of the increase was, one, expected within the budget. Two, was for, again, to go back, the body cam costs are incurred in the first quarter, but are for the whole fiscal year. You know, there's some seasonality certainly that impacts it, but I think to your question about, in-house and departments monitoring, I can say that the employees who process payment vouchers and are very diligent on monitoring their accounts balances and whatnot. And I think that's seen by, there have not been a lot of budget transfers done in the first, up to tonight. There's been very few budget transfers on the agenda for general water, sewer, and garbage. there's been some cleanup stuff for capital. But there is a lot of credit deserved to staff within departments of monitoring
I
their
agree.
their
Yeah.
ongoing expenditures and absorbing, being able to absorb the inflation that's currently being seen.
No, I totally agree. The OT is in line. And a couple other areas that surprised me, but obviously major concern with the economy. We all know what's happening, the domino impact of energy, gas, etc. Councilmember Soriento.
Andy, I don't see a line here under benefits for disability or liability. Why is that?
It's paid within workers' compensation.
For disability, it's paid under workers' comp?
Yes, and then if we pay disability salaries, we do pay that for one department that's within permanent salaries.
Good question, Miss HR, right there. Andy, real quick, and then we can move on. I apologize. Under health is potentially one of the reasons that we have decreased because of the switch to Highmark, maybe? The transfer of or transition from the one company to the other? Potentially?
I to some degree, I would say a very, very small likelihood. I'll say this, Highmark caught themselves up very quickly with their billing.
I'm sorry.
Highmark did a really good job of getting caught up quickly on billing. That was one of the areas they excelled at.
I have not heard any negative feedback to date. I probably shouldn't say that, but I have not heard negative feedback to date, but maybe now I will. Okay, cool. Did any other council members have questions? All right, Andy, we'll move to water, right?
So just to touch on it, to recap, there's surplus in the general fund down for the reasons that we discussed. But again, it is far, far too early in the fiscal year to know the trajectory. Historically, the first indicator has been, and this is even to a very small degree, the first quarter sales tax, which is still a month out from being received.
Well, if we keep those dog licenses going up, you'll see those revenues triple.
So the garbage fund,
Enough hot air in here. It's the garlic.
We gotta increase our parka budget.
I'm hot. I'm having hot flashes. Sorry, Andy.
garbage fund revenues total $284,000 at the end of the first quarter, almost identical to that of 2021. The big billing for the garbage fund occurs on April 1st. Excuse me. So that's why there's such a low revenue amount recognized to date. I don't mean to keep saying the same thing, but it's too early in the year to know where this is headed. There's a slight, and there's a decrease in departmental. That's from bulk pickup and garbage violations. There was no bulk pickup in the first quarter of the year because of the winter months. That loss was offset by significant, we collected money for hauler permits for the first time in the first quarter of 2022. So it's right on par with that of 2021. Moving to expenditures, unless there's any questions. Footnote 4 reference back to was for insurance, pension, and health insurance. You'll see it in water and sewer as well. It's for the same reasons of the general fund. The increase in permanent salaries in the garbage fund was driven primarily by the settlement of the contracts, with only 17.81% of the budget expended. Materials and supplies have increased 61%.
Andy,
Yes.
they lost power in the room, so hang tight.
Uh-huh.
All right, we are back online, folks. We had some technical difficulties. Full disclosure, Councilmember Gully needed some Tums.
Just
He has
remember, I'm gonna do
Harper,
that same full
and he
disclosure on
tripped
you.
over a wire and unplugged us. So we're back. Councilmember Gully now has Tums.
You have. I feel a lot better, and I will make sure I remember this for a long time. God forbid you'd ever make a mistake while we're at a meeting.
Now, I
Just
want you to
keep it
know,
these guys.
um,
Thank you.
everyone should be aware the Corporation Council has Pepto-Bismol, Tums, Tylenol, Bear, and a whole medicine cabinet. So what does that say? The pressure he is under. Thank you, Rick. All right, so sorry, Andy. Hopefully folks out there are having popcorn and enjoying this.
Were there any other questions about garbage and revenues?
We're good, Andy.
So expenditures total were an increase of 5%, driven primarily by an increase in permanent salaries, which were contractual raises in the 2022 fiscal year. The increase in materials and supplies was inflation costs related to vehicles. Tipping fees are down. That's a timing of when bills are received. There's a month missing there, which would have been picked up in early April and will be seen on the second quarter report. 15.85% of the total budget has been expended. The recap, down slightly. There's to be expected a deficit at the end of the first quarter. And it's too soon to tell where the garbage fund, similar to all the other funds, are headed for the 2022 fiscal year. Water. Total revenues have increased just under $100,000 or 8%. The city water sales have increased 18%. This is two factors. One, undoubtedly, is the rate increase that was approved as part of the 2021 budget. However, there has been a consumption increase in the first quarter of the 2022 fiscal year.
Yeah, that's, but it's increased from last year. That's the odd thing. What do you think that consumption's about?
Strictly usage. Chris Whalen generally can pinpoint what's driving that much better than I.
During Omicron, maybe.
But you would think last year, we were in the heat of it and obviously, COVID. And it did go up 2020, 2021. Anyway, okay, thanks, Andy. Now we're into my issue, outside community.
Work from home is good for water sales.
So outside community sales have decreased $45,000. There are two billings done in the first quarter. Scottacoke increased. Waterford Half Moon decreased. Once again, I can say that Chris Whalen and I have had conversations. He is going to be reaching out to those two municipalities to address the matter and to see where this is going. And I would wait to hear back as to what Chris hears in that regard. The low budget percentage amount, 8 communities are billed. 9 communities, there's 9 bills sent out in the second quarter of the fiscal year. So that will jump significantly in the second quarter report. And then, just as it was brought up earlier, the permits are the Tomahanic permits. So they have gone up quite significantly. Water expenditures. Total $2.4 million, a $245,000 increase over 21. Just under 20% of the budget, though, has been expended. Overtime increased, driven by the contractual increase, and it's incident driven. Materials and supplies have increased 1.5 times, 54.5% increase. That is strictly supply and inflation are the two coupling factors for that. 15% of the budget has been expended. The cost increase was anticipated. The rising costs was anticipated for the 2022 budget. I'm sure you've seen there is an ordinance that we will discuss supply issues. I'd like to temper that conversation to the budget transfer that's on the agenda this evening.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Yes, so I can go through that. At that time, the insurance increase, refer back to the general fund. Consultant services have increased as a cost of engineering work for the phase 2 of the Tomahawk project. And the debt increased because of a short-term interest payment that was due to the EFC for the first phase of the water transmission project. And that is water expenditures.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Soriano.
Andy, where is the unemployment benefits?
Unemployment is only recorded in the general fund for the city.
So even if someone, let's say, was laid off from the water department, that would still come out of the general fund for unemployment benefits?
Yes.
Interesting.
Interesting. Good question. Hey, Andy, I did notice the consultant services, have gone up. The annual maintenance work for the water facilities, is that at our facilities?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk to Chris. All right. Where-
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Andy, where is gas expenditure?
Materials and supplies.
Okay, so that, all right. Okay, good. Explains a little bit of that too. Okay. Thank you.
Recap of the water fund. Annually, the water fund has a deficit at the end of the first quarter. $1 million for 2022, decrease of $145,000. There will be a surplus in the water fund at the end of the second quarter, but the outside community billings. That will be the end of the second quarter is the first indicator of how the fiscal year is tracking for the water and the sewer funds. Sewer. And again, there was a decrease. So the total revenues were $781,000, a 5% increase over 2021. Sewer rents, despite the rate, even with the decrease in the city sewer rate, there's been an increase of revenue of 6% year over year, driven entirely by consumption. We were even with 2021 on the billing schedule. So it is purely consumption. And then sewer expenditures. Overtime, same as water, driven by incidents and the contractual increase. Materials and supplies, that increase was borne by similar to the other funds, rising costs, and the one difference here is there is also a significant purchase of annual materials and supplies for the sewer fund done in the first quarter of the fiscal year. That does vary year to year as to when that purchase occurs. The consultant services increase was to install a new security and card system for the DPU shop building. That was an anticipated cost in the 2022 budget. And costs have increased 12%, driven by the increase in materials and supplies and the new system installed at the building. To recap the sewer fund, there is currently a surplus of just under $320,000. There'll be a surplus in the sewer fund throughout the entire fiscal year until the year-end reconciliation occurs to determine the amount of the transfer to the capital projects fund for the CSO project is done, which is the last step of reconciling the sewer fund annually.
Okay, any questions from anyone? As usual, Andy, very, very thorough, very helpful. Overall, hey, don't leave us,
Oh,
mister.
I'm still here. I'm just putting things away.
Overall, you feel fairly well, minus materials and some incidentals.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first quarter is the toughest report to really look at because of how much of the year's left. But in a normal business setting, but the seasonality of the city's revenues and expenditures, it complicates it even further.
Well, Andy, I could not be more pleased with your reporting. Honestly, from 7 years ago, we really moved forward light years. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
To you and your team. Thank you. All right. Steve, are you ready to do presentation on the geothermal?
Oh, I didn't know I was going to do it now. Presentation of agenda. I thought that was going to be when we did the item at the end of the meeting. We would certainly be willing to do it. I just got to pull the team together for a couple minutes.
Okay, we'll get rolling. You let us know. We can wait till the item. That's fine too. That's okay. I just figured if you were ready, it was a good time.
I think it probably goes good to do it at the same time as the.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, ordinance 22 has passed. Ordinance 23. Ordinance amending the 2022 general fund budget and accepting additional grant funds from the Troy Capital Resource Corporation for the 2022 Neighborhood Improvement Program. Council President Mantello, is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. We are ironing out an issue with one of the NIP grants, and we're looking into that further. This is $800 $800 that Steve is putting on tomorrow's CRC, I believe. Okay, cool. And then the council, you will see in the transfers in the next item, in the general fund proposed transfer 800 from the council to match for 1,600 for the NIP program.
Chair,
Yes, Council Member Ash McPherson.
we were looking at this the other night on the original budget
mind?
under the city council. Oh,
Sorry,
can you hear me?
there you go.
On the original budget under the city council, it's reading 20,000. Shouldn't that be reading 10?
No, because it was transferred into the city council budget. So
Oh,
the
okay.
10 from the CRC, the 10 from the council. So it's 20 in the council. And now this particular one is 800. So we're accepting the CRC 800.
We didn't add our 800 in.
Correct.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It'll be the next item.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Council Member Steele.
When do we think we'll have a resolution on that one outstanding?
Yeah. We need to find out exactly, and I believe Aaron sent us an email saying what is not included and what they propose. How about you and I put our heads together on that?
Okay.
Okay. And then we'll figure out of theirs what Aaron is not doing at the gorge.
I don't
And-
think there's any duplication.
None.
No.
Okay. All right then.
Not my understanding. I talked to
Okay.
both parties.
So Steve, are you still on?
No.
Hello.
Yes,
There he is.
no, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, so Steve, one of our NIP grants, unfortunately, there was a little bit of miscommunication. So over at the Gorge, they applied for various amenities. We have folks look at it from various departments, and it was stated that their application, their amenities were going to be covered under parks, the funding that we have put aside for parks, and that it was under the city's proposed park plan for the Gorge. Long story short, the posting held. Long story short, fast forward, we have come to the conclusion their application, their proposals are not going to be part of the amenities that are proposed. So stating that we are short $1,500, which is what they applied for. We wanted to approve it, but we took it out because we were told it was going to be in the bigger parks plan, but it's not. So long story short, there was money last year that was unspent. And we were wondering with the grace of the CRC, if they would be willing to appropriate an additional $1,500 for the Gorge amenities in this application, because we would have funded it.
So I will bring that up. I can bring that up. I would like to speak with Aaron tonight first, because it was my understanding that there was no reason to do that because of this eventual project that we're going to do, whether we do it this year or next year.
Correct.
So-
And Councilmember Steele, can you weigh in
Well,
with your discussion?
Yeah, I
Thanks.
spoke with Aaron directly, and the only concern is timing. And we would want to make sure that whatever the volunteers do doesn't get redone by the city. So it's just a
Right.
matter of coordinating. They met on the site, they agreed.
Okay.
It was his understanding that we had already approved all the NIP, and so therefore it wasn't going to go through. And the volunteers reached out to me and said, you know,
Right.
there's no duplication here. We really want to do trail work. They want to redo that meet and greet area. None of that, to my knowledge, is, and according to my conversation with Aaron, is part of the city's work. So I think they can both go forward, but if you want to verify that, I mean.
Yeah,
that
if you
that
could
was
talk
what-
to Aaron, Steve, because
That was my conversation with Aaron.
yeah, thank you,
I-
Councilmember Steele.
Yes, Council President, I guess I would trust Councilwoman Steele enough, but I will present that tomorrow morning to the CRC at 10 o'clock. Councilman Gully will be there as well to speak to it. And that's the Dig the Falls application, right?
Correct. I know when Maria spoke to Aaron, full disclosure, so please just double back with Aaron, because I do know when Maria spoke to him, Aaron said he would incorporate what the folks wanted with the overall plan. So if you could verify that, we just want to make sure that it gets done and it is incorporated. But Councilmember Steele had a pretty good discussion with Aaron, but let's just iron it out. And if the CRC is willing to add that, we would forever be grateful.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will-
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 23 carries 7-0. Ordinance 24, ordinance transferring funds within the 2022 general and water funds budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Men. Before we get to the pipes, Andy, I did notice transfer fire department 30K for vehicle repairs. The golf course, change the title. Do you know anything about that? And when is it on the Civil Service Commission agenda?
So the fire department, there's been an uptick in outsourced repairs primary, it's for the aging. I actually think I have a typo in there. It says pumpers. It's meant for the aerial ladders. The older vehicle infrastructure is seeing a significant need of outsourced repairs. So that's what that transfer is for. The title change in the golf course, that is my understanding that that is going before the Civil Service Commission at one of the upcoming meetings, which is why it's on the agenda this evening.
And
For approval for the funding. It's being funded for through the department itself.
And I noticed it's $1,800. Do you happen to know, not that it's not a huge amount, but do you happen to know what position, Andy? If not, you could get back to
I
us.
think the title is, I think it's the title that is being considered for reclassification is currently the recreation specialist.
Who's that?
At the golf-
So that's,
at the
It's not the
golf
golf course.
that,
At the golf course. I can pull the exact title.
Yep.
If I have a minute, please.
okay. So it's not going to the special tonight, so we can get an answer within the next 2 weeks. And then the last one, let's talk about this, the 400K for the piping.
So as noted in the memo in support, I'm pulling that title up right now. That's why.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I thought you said, okay, thank you, Andy.
So the title, just so we close the loop on that, is the recreation specialist is the one that's being looked at.
But that's, Council President,
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
that's not under golf course recreational specialist. That's in the recreation and parks and recreation, isn't it?
No, there is one in the golf course.
We have a recreation specialist in the golf course?
Yes.
I didn't.
Do we know?
I don't,
Councilmember Ash McPherson has the floor. Go ahead, Andy.
when title changes are looked at, it's not by name, which is why I'm not saying the name. It's looked at by duties and the job that's being performed. Which is why this position is going to the Civil Service Commission to be reclassified, because the title is doing fairly significant financial work for the golf course, is what I will say.
So is that an $1,800 increase as well?
It's the amount of the transfer that's before you is the amount of money needed based off of salary savings in the department and forecasting out how much in permanent salaries is needed for the rest of the year is how much it costs. How much the actual raise is, it still has to go through civil service to get approved for the applicable grade. So that was the estimate of how much is needed for the year. I don't know what the annual raise is off the top of my head.
Okay, I appreciate that, but can you get us that information?
Yes.
Thank you, Andy, and Councilmember Gully.
President, thank you. Andy, I'm just curious, is this a part-time person that is becoming full-time? Is this a full-time position that's getting a bump?
It's a current full-time employee of the city.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. And like I said, it's not going on the special, so you have some time to get it to us. Thank you. All right, any other on the first two? If not, we'll,
Council President.
yes, Councilmember Soriento.
So we're taking money out of the fire department from their training line. Isn't there certain money allocated that they have to have certain trainings for?
So I would defer that question to Chief McMahon, because he submitted the transfer as proposed here. He proposed reducing the training line to fund that individual account.
So
Can you-
Councilmember Soriento, what I would do, just fire off an email later, no pun, send an email later, requesting the chief, what.
I just have one more question.
Sure.
Do you have in front of you from last year's budget what that training amount was budgeted for last year and compared to this year. I'm a little concerned about that.
Okay, sure.
Total training budget last year in the fire department was $100,000 with $43,000 actually expended. So there was a remaining balance of $49,000. This year, the training budget was $86,500 and it's currently $18,400 has been expended. So based off of the historical amounts there,
Little cushion.
I can see why the chief proposed pulling the money from there.
Good questions and a little cushion. Okay, water pipes.
So Chris, the superintendent of public utilities has run into a situation where what used to be a 10 to 14 day lead time is now taking somewhere between 10 to 12 months because of supply chain issues. So the $400,000, which is coming from the contingency that was established as part of the ordinance approved at the last city council meeting. That $400,000 will be used to purchase materials and supplies, things like pipe, for the inventory for water main breaks for the 2023 fiscal year. He needs to place orders now for that time period. Certainly not an ideal circumstance by any means. Luckily, funding was available through that established contingency to provide this funding so that a inventory of pipe can be maintained at the city. And then what will end up happening is in the 2023 budget, barring the supply chain issues relieving themselves, the amount budgeted for will be to purchase materials and supplies for the 2024 fiscal year. So this sets up the city long-term to be able to maintain the level of inventory that it has historically had. I will note that this is as you can imagine, a common problem being faced by local governments who have water funds and water authorities as well.
And Andy, refresh my memory, how much did we appropriate prior for the piping? That was maybe,
And the reason why you're seeing zero on the Schedule A is we set up a special account for this.
okay.
The 2022 budget, the original budget for this account was $400,664. So it matches the number that was in this year's budget.
And didn't we, with, was it Louise or, I'm sorry, didn't we, with Chris, I want to say 2 meetings ago with piping?
So
Refresh my memory.
Yeah, so that there was a resolution passed under single source procurement to amend the agreement with Core and Maine for the pipe, but that was exclusive to the water transmission project.
Okay.
This is just regular stock inventory for the water fund.
Okay. Where will they store this?
I believe that they store right at the DPU facilities.
And have we looked to partner with other municipalities to try to maybe get a better deal, or can we piggyback onto anything? I'm not sure all that was looked at.
I know Chris has been having ongoing conversations with any and all water commissioners that he knows about the problem.
Okay. Councilmember Gully, I know, had a fruitful discussion with Chris.
Council President, I did, and the facts are that manufacturing, because of material, is slowed down so much in many industries that we see it through the chips in the cars and the baby formula. No matter what it is, we run into all these processes that are rebounding off of this pandemic that the world faced for a few years, and it's unfortunate, but this is a smart way to do it. It's too bad we couldn't get other municipalities to buy in with us, because of course, bulk buying and unilaterally buying on a product is certainly not cheaper, but in this day and age, not many people are cutting their prices down because the product is, it's supply and demand. There's not a lot of product. There's a lot of people looking for it. So I think this is a smart move to buy it and have it in reserve and do that each year to be ahead of schedule, so we're not held up serving the people of Troy.
And the contingency, thank you, Councilmember Gully, is the water fund contingency, correct?
Right, the water fund contingency was funded, but through an ordinance approved at the May City Council meeting from the closing of a variety of capital plan accounts, that the money was then transferred back to the water fund.
Okay. The capital accounts were water fund related though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions, discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ordinance 24 carries 7-0. Ordinance 25, ordinance authorizing the mayor to execute a quick claim conveyance to conform the legal name of owner of real property previously acquired from the city of Troy, 741 and 743 Second Ave. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. I know Rick is here for anyone with a question. I do see that this is Christian Erikellian. Bloop, 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 750 Second Ave, LLC. Where is that? Wish I had my map.
1998.
I think it's up in the
Yeah.
Lansingburg somewhere.
Well, that's the LLC, but it's 741. Hi, Rick. Thank you for joining us.
These, I am told that these two lots are part of the standard
I was
manufacturing
going to ask them.
project.
Okay.
And they, I think it was back in 98, they got the parcels originally. They took them under a name that was not the corporate name of their LLC. In 2021, they asked for replacement deeds. We gave them in the name that they were originally acquired the property under, and now as part of this transfer, in order to get title, clear title and title insurance, they need new deeds. So,
And they'll pay 7,500 for the new deeds, correct?
no, they paid 7,500 originally
Oh.
for each parcel.
Gotcha.
They've owned the parcels continuously. They've paid taxes on them. They may be behind in the taxes now, I'm not quite sure. But they will pay the taxes as part of the entire project deal. They owe us about 350,000, I think, on the main. property.
Really? Okay. It's good to know, Rick. Okay.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Rick, that also includes the Lion Factory building, the 300 and something $1,000.
Yes,
So that's all culminated in that. Okay.
right. These two
Um,
parcels are separate from the Lion Factory. The Lion Factory owes the bulk of the taxes.
Okay.
Do we charge them any fees for the transitional paperwork that we have to produce, since it's really not?
They're paying any recording fees.
So they pay all the fees. Okay. All right.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that it's smart business. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Rick's on them. Any other questions? Thank you, Rick. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 25 carries 7-0. Resolution 59, resolution of Troy City Council. Yes, sure.
Probably have to do it by unanimous consent, but want to put it on your special. I know they're anxious. They want to close this city.
Unfortunately, per the rules, it is. You know why? The special's different and you can't just add it. You have to post it 24 hours in advance. Sorry, Rick. Yeah. Okay. We may, Rick, have a special meeting next week regarding the geothermal, but that will be based on tonight's conversation. So there may be a special meeting, and we'll do it by Zoom just to accommodate everyone because it's such short notice. Okay. We could put this on. Yep. Thank you, Rick. All right, Resolution 59, resolution in Tri-State Council recognizing Juneteenth. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Conley Wilson, Councilmember Gully, and certainly Councilmember Men. If you, I believe you did, and Councilmember Men is also a sponsor of this. Is there a motion?
Council President, I also.
Oh, and
asked to-
Councilmember Soriento, I apologize. Yep. Everybody is on this. There is their motion.
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. On the discussion, we'll wait to talk about this at the June 2nd meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And you should know, we have a special guest. Deb Garrett is bringing her group and they're going, yeah, so it should be a good night. Resolution 60, resolution in Tri-State Council recognizing Pride Month. Councilmember Conley Wilson, Council President Mantello, Councilmember Steele, Councilmember Ash McPherson, Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Men, and Councilmember Soriento. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Soriento. If all are okay, I'd like to, we can talk about this and work on it. And I do want to very quickly commend Councilmember Conley Wilson. It's a super resolution. I know a lot of work went into it. It's just an awesome reso. Thank you. And we'll read it, talk about June 2nd, if all are okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 60 carries 7-0. Resolution 61, resolution determining that proposed action, yes, is a type 2 action for purposes of the New York State Environmental Quality Review Act. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion? So move. Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Discussion, this seeker is regarding our paving program and road program. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 61 carries 7-0. Resolution 62, bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of $4 million in serial bonds to finance the reconstruction of various city streets in the City of Troy. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Men. Andy, we're bonding. However, we are being reimbursed and we will, though, the interest be responsible for, correct?
Correct. The reason though, and the reason why it's being proposed to be financed through bond resolution is because of the significant dollar amount and the timing of the reimbursement programs themselves. There's a significant outlay of cash until you get reimbursed that would impact, at this magnitude, would have an impact on city operations, cash flow.
And Andy, that 4 mil is already appropriated, correct? I shouldn't say appropriate, but it has been scheduled, correct?
It's been awarded by the state, but
Awarded.
not brought to the city council.
Okay, do
That
you,
So that 4 million is based off of a conversation with the city engineer in looking at the total amount of funding awarded by the city and the ability to do the work. What can really, like, what dollar amount of work can actually be paved and what amount of sidewalks can be completed in this fiscal year. And I will note that this includes all 4 paving programs, CHIPS, Pave New York, winter recovery, and the touring route monies. So it's all 4 aggregated within this bond resolution.
that was my question. And no CDBG funds though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
CDBG, the reimbursement is in 48 hours, so there's no cash flow needed for that.
Okay, so, but we have been awarded 4 mil.
We've been awarded in excess of $4 million.
That's what I thought. All right. Do you know that number?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, if you could get us that, that'd be great.
I will.
Awesome. And I'll ask Karen, just to let the council know if you're interested, I'll copy you, just where we are with the paving program. I know a number of streets have been done, what's on the docket and all that good stuff. Further discussion?
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Andy, this $4 million in this project to pave the roads in Troy, do we have any type of list or direction of what streets and what area will be paved?
That's within the engineering department.
That's
We don't have anybody from engineering. So we do have a list. Do you think we could give that list out to some of the subcontractors we use in the city? So that when we put down a beautifully paved road, they don't have to go in there and cut it open to put their pipes in there. Maybe we can get ahead of schedule. Because it's so frustrating to see a new road in there. And then 2 months later, have one of these companies come in and cut holes in it and do that shabby repair job that they do in our city. And I hope we have more oversight when they do it, because these things are sinking, and I don't know if it's because we're not compressing the property underneath the patch. We're not doing the right job of preparing the ground, but something's wrong with the patches that they're putting all over our streets. And it's really frustrating when it's a brand new blacktop job and people are so proud of their block, and then they come out and see that a few months later. So if we could send a list to the subcontractors, I'd be humbly grateful.
And you know what? I would strongly encourage you also to send that to Aaron and let Aaron know, because the communication, it's just totally unacceptable, Jim. And your Councilmember Gully, many of us have shared our frustration, and
And
to
Aaron's got
see-
that frustration too. He doesn't
Yeah.
understand sometimes.
to see the utility companies come in after a mill and fill, especially a mill and fill, not just the paving, is just unacceptable. And it's poor communication. It's got to get fixed.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Mann.
I know in a casual conversation with Aaron that, one of our options may be to require utility companies to post a bond for any repaving. And so hopefully that's an option that he's exploring, and we can hold their feet to the fire.
Yeah, I mean, if we need to pass legislation, whatever it is, it's just got to end. So if you want to forward that to our engineering department and our frustration, that would be very wonderful. Thank you. That was a facetious question. I like it. Yes, Rick, thank you.
Aaron's not here, but he and I have been working closely with regard to these excavations and something like that. We've updated the excavation permit process. National Grid just posted a $250,000 bond with the city. We're requiring everyone who wants to excavate in the city to post a bond. And I believe Verizon is next on our list because they tore up
Nice.
Bowling Avenue
Yeah.
without our permission. I think there's a fine in order for that. too. So
Whoa, whereabouts, Rick?
Whereabouts, I'm not quite sure where. Aaron told me that's
Oh my gosh. Wow.
it's disgusting.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not,
Thank you.
it's a matter, it's a high
Yeah.
priority, and Aaron is working on it every day.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Rick, this is fantastic news. We really appreciate this update. Thank you.
Chair.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I also had a conversation with Aaron on this issue because there's several different areas that we talked about where it was paved and then dug up, and it's also by DPU, unfortunately. So they're supposed to be giving him a list and telling him, before this happens, and I think it was DPU, he said. So there's a communication as well that's got to be sent from other departments in the city, DPW, DPU, to speak with him first.
I'm smiling because you should know I also had that conversation. Many of us drive around the city and we see wonderful, huge dips that end up being, I mean, they're not even dips. You can literally lose, your car turns into a Flintstone mobile. So, saying that, I did talk to Aaron. He did say that he and DPU and Chris are getting on the same page. And the other thing, and Rick, you should be aware of this. I know a couple claims are being put in because there aren't even cones at some of these dips, and that's a real problem. So I literally almost lost my transmission on Hutton. I mean, it's just, you know, obviously we get it, water main break, they patch it temporary, but they're so busy, they're not getting back to it. They're not putting cones. People are just, you know, falling into it. So, all right. We could stay on this issue for a long time. Further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 62 carries 7-0. Resolution 63, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an intermunicipal agreement with the town of Colony for mutual provision of police tactical team services. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. I did only because he's here in the audience. Eric Wisher actually did not know this resolution was on until tonight. And he did mention, and he said, let's see, should we also be providing, and maybe this is to you, Rick, the same coverages for our firefighter, paramedic that respond on these same calls as Colony EMS responds with their police officers. Any feedback on that?
Not the same thing at all.
Any? You know, maybe a potential partnership or agreement.
You just said an incident.
The first I've heard of that, I reviewed that agreement. I didn't negotiate it. It's exactly the same agreement that we've had in prior years. Frankly, it should have been before the council a month or two ago. Somehow it got lost in the mix. So
Maybe it's
but
something we
it's-
could
it's-
look at.
it's nothing
Yeah.
that I think anyone is unalterably opposed to. So maybe it should just be looked at for
Yeah.
whether or not that would be a useful thing to do or not.
Cool. And I actually spoke to Peter Crumming earlier today on a different subject, and we talked for a while. And it could be a potential partnership, another one in the future. So maybe, you know, we'll talk to the mayor about that. Okay. Cool. Further discussion?
Sure. I think it's something,
Councilmember Ashman.
I think it's something we should look at, because I did have a conversation that there was an incident with with our fire department. One or two of the firemen were attacked when they were trying to put out a fire. So there's an issue that our firemen are going to calls, and there's an issue for their safety as well. So it's something that we should look into to make sure that they're safe.
Sounds good. All right. Eric, definitely something we'll look into, and the mayor's here, so I'm sure he's listening. And we'll talk to the mayor about it. Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 63 carries 7-0. Resolution 64, resolution authorizing the implementation and funding in the first instance, 100% of the federal aid and state Mark-Selly program aid, eligible costs of a transportation federal aid project, and appropriating funds therefore. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion? Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Steele. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 64 carries 7-0. Resolution 65, resolution appointing Todd Jojo, I love that name, to the Board of Assessment and Review of the City of Troy. Council President Mantello, is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Soriento. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution 65 carries 7-0. Resolution 66, resolution in support of a home rule message requesting the state of New York to enact Senate Bill S 8818 and Assembly Bill A 9893, permitting the Oakwood Community Center to file an application for a retroactive real property tax exemption for the 2021 and 2022 assessment rolls. Councilmember Ash McPherson, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Beat you to the punch, Councilmember Gully. Discussion, I must recuse myself on Resolution 66, as I'm a policymaker, legislative director for a state senator who will be voting on this home rule bill should it pass this evening. So I will be recusing myself. Further discussion?
Council President?
Yes, Councilmember Ash
Just
McPherson.
a briefness on this. They had until March 1st to get their tax exempt, and it was a change of ownership and they didn't do that. So this is why this bill is going forward, to get them to do a retro back to March for them.
Perfect. And, just so folks are aware, there are dozens of these bills that pass every year for various nonprofits.
Yeah.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And one recused. 601. Resolution 67. We have some guests with us, and Steve Strikeman will introduce them. Steve, whatever works. Should we maybe sit out there? Where's your?
They're going to
present-
present on Zoom, so you'll see it on the screen.
Oh,
So let me just give a little cover first. I'm going to talk a little bit about an overview of what we're asking for today, and then we'll do the presentation on the geothermal. So tonight, the request is, it's only a home rule resolution. So there's no seeker involved with it. It's a type 2 action, but there is no environmental impact from it. In the future, when you actually will have action to take to issue a lease or not, then at that point, there will be a seeker done with that at that point. This is for a park alienation, and it's not what you typically expect with a parkland alienation. Usually a municipality has a park. They decide they have a better use for it. They want to sell it or lease it, and we need state permission to do that. And then usually from the sale of that property, the revenue you get would buy the one-for-one offset. You have to create a park somewhere else. Here, we're looking at a subsurface lease of a riverfront park, and it's really the non-park portion mostly. It's where the parking lot is, although part of it is where the Korean War Monument is and the area between. So after the Korean War Monument gets built or moved, then the wells would go under the ground there. The distribution lines connecting them would go under the ground, and then the area would be restored as park, reconfigured. And that is something we're undertaking right now, is the design of that. So again, this is just the first phase to get permission, because if we don't get the state to give us permission right now, this is tied to a future grant, and I'll get to that in a minute. And if we don't get the state to approve this now, then we have to wait a whole year, which slows everything down. It's one more step in a long, complex process that started as a way to help finance Monument Square. We looked at doing geothermal for that. I went to a conference where I spoke at length with the director of construction for Skidmore, who had installed district geothermal there. He said he would never go back to anything else. It saved money for them. Obviously, that's a little different. It's a campus, but the maintenance is lower, the savings, and that was 3 years ago when I spoke. And now with this, there's no need for gas or other fossil fuels. So it's great savings for them. But then we started looking at this district geothermal. The city, with the Local Development Corporation, we partnered with our presenters, which Siemens and CHA, and we applied for a NYSERDA grant to do a feasibility study for the creation of 2 phases of district energy. And we got that $100,000 award, which actually didn't come to the city. It went to CHA and Siemens. They did the study, the feasibility study. And then with that, we applied for another grant to NYSERDA for an implementation grant. And that's what's on the line right now. They're basically, we have the grant, but we have to get through a couple of the other future steps. The whole.
Steve,
Yep.
real quick. So who ended up getting that first grant for the feasibility?
That went to CHA. So it was in partnership with us, but it went to the feasibility study of the area. So
See, that's like just me, and now I can't vote on this, but I can still like talk about it, express, because obviously it's a city project.
Yeah.
But I can't vote on the home rule legislation to the Senate and the Assembly. Saying that though, just me as council president, I don't know how the others feel. I wish we were brought in the loop at that feasibility study stage, because it just me, I'm just going to tell you, I love the project, but I'm just so concerned. It's just being rushed at the end of session. I just wish we were brought in the loop at the feasibility study stage.
And again,
That's
yeah,
all I'm
okay.
expressing.
And it's a feasibility study, so we didn't even know if we would get to this point. So
Is the study done?
the study was done and submitted to NYSERDA. Yes, for this
Can
next
we
grant.
see that study?
Yes, we can get you a copy of that. Yes, absolutely. And I'm sorry, we did not get to that before. So basically, we are miles ahead of most other communities on this geothermal, this whole process with NYSERDA, actually, even to the point where the team, your economic development director, Dylan Turek, and CHA and Siemens were asked to speak about this at a conference in Boston in February. So let me hand this off to a presentation now. So it's Dylan Turek, and then from the city, and then we have from Siemens, Shadrach Treat and Tom Garrett, and from CHA, Mitch DeWine and Brandon Hall. So who's going to start with Dylan?
All right.
Council President, council members, thanks for having us.
Thanks,
I
Dylan.
know you guys have been here all night, so we'll do this pretty quickly, but
Don't worry, this is really important.
yeah, we feel so too. And just, Shad, if you don't mind going to the first slide, what I'll do is I'll kind of run through some of the slides. This is sort of informal, so feel free to interrupt me at any point. We've got Siemens here and CHA here to help answer questions as well. So feel free to kind of interrupt as needed. I can't see everybody. Do you want me to move over this way? Does that help?
Anywhere you want to go.
Awesome.
We can see you.
Perfect.
Thanks, Dylan.
And you guys can see the screen. Great. Okay, so real simple. What is geothermal? Geothermal is basically using the Earth's ambient temperature to pull both heating and cooling liquid out of the ground. And what that basically means is instead of using like a condenser unit, which pretty much uses refrigerant, this uses liquid, which is water, that goes down into the ground about 500 feet, comes back through. And so during the summer, it's warmer down, or sorry, it's cooler down there. It extracts air from the room that you're in, which is through a heat exchange or a heat pump. And then during the winter, it does the exact opposite. It just runs the opposite direction. And it's extremely efficient. Everything that's run basically in this sort of diagram, this would be for a single family home. It runs on electricity. So that's why you're starting to see New York have all these different advertisements out. If you watch baseball games, it's constant. Yeah. So I watch the Mets and I see it all day. So in any case, it's about electrifying New York, right? That's what they're talking about. So next slide.
Wait a minute, telling you're a Mets fan?
I'm a Mets fan. I'm a diehard Mets fan, and I'm really excited, by the way. So please don't ruin it.
It's so
I'm really excited about that.
I'm hoping for that Subway series too.
I know, you know what, it's gonna happen again. No, it's okay. It's okay. I never get to win, so.
Go Yanks, go Yanks.
Thank you. So this is what a district system looks like. And this again is like a really simplified diagram, but essentially you're digging a bunch of wells that are going to be shared by different users. The reason I like this diagram is because it shows different types of users there. And this is, we're going to get into in a second when we actually show the map of what the first loop looks like in downtown Troy. But as you see, there's a parking garage there. There's like a cogen sort of factory. Ignore that piece for a second because that's not part of what we're doing. But you see the apartment building, see the single family residence. You see basically a commercial use. What's great about that, and we're going to get into one of the reasons that Siemens is such a good partner on this, is because the future of heating and cooling this way is that you've got some people that are going to be at work during certain hours, and they're going to be using peak demand, right? And that's going to line up very well if you have a good mix of uses with someone who's going to be using potentially residential at different times. So that it's like if everybody in this city puts their AC on at the same time, we have a brownout, right? Like it's the same sort of thing. You want to try to limit every one use being on one loop because that basically extracts too much of the heating or too much of the cooling all at once. So that's one of the reasons that I like this. Let's go on to the next one. So again, this just shows you basically the difference of what one heat exchanger looks like. And again, instead of having a furnace in your house, you would have a heat pump. And all that really does is it just takes the heating or cooling liquid that comes in a loop. It'll be coming into your house just like a natural gas line would, right? There's no difference, except it's running water. And it will basically take that and exchange it into air. And then that air will basically come through a port, or it'll come through a, what do you call it, like a cassette unit basically in each room. And you could have different zones, really simple. And it's a very clean way and efficient way to basically heat or cool a home. Next one. Okay, so this is where it starts to get really interesting, right? The benefits. Obviously, it's more efficient, which is great. We're talking about reducing our CO2, which is being emitted. That's obviously tremendous as well. It simplifies building operations and maintenance. There's a lot of reasons here. I'm not just going to read each one, but I'm going to tell you basically flat out the reason that I like it so much is because when you pay your utility bill right now, that dollar goes, for us, it's National Grid, which is really, I think, a British corporation. It goes
National Greed.
it-
I'm sorry.
No, it just goes, it goes away, right? It just goes away. It's not staying really in your community. They do reinvest, and I don't want anybody to hear this to get mad because they do reinvest in some grants and things of that nature, but they dig up our roads, they do all sorts of stuff. If you're doing this and you're investing into a municipally, let's say, controlled, because a municipality can't legally own this as we're seeing it right now, but it's through the LDC, and we'll have some sort of lease structure. We'll get into that. But if there's a structure where basically all people are doing is paying their bill and they're paying less on their bill, and that money is now going to the municipality or going to be getting reinvested back into the city, imagine what all that money could do, right? Like for the first time in hundreds of years, we have an opportunity here to kind of rewrite the way we do utilities. And it's because, if you go to the next one.
Dylan,
Yes.
on that note, real quick, if you're doing the loop, what area? Is it that immediate area, or will it go
Excellent
beyond
question.
that?
It's an excellent question. And if you give me 2 seconds, we're going to get into
Okay,
that next.
sorry.
No, you're okay. So we've done this presentation a couple of times now. We're, as Steve mentioned, in Boston, going over it because we're actually, this is exciting because we're really the first to do this.
Yeah.
Like right now, we're at the forefront. Like all this, like within the state, it's like the mission to Mars, and it's us and Ithaca always, but like they're the other ones that are kind of competing. I hope they can hear this because we know them. And then, and then within the country, there's a lot of people trying to, this is the future of heating and cooling.
Yeah.
And National Grid is at the same place, actually further behind than us. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but they're actually trying to stall the legislation that's going to require cities to do this because they're no further along than anybody else is. We're actually ahead of them in terms of getting this together. So it's really important. So again, there's a climate act, right? This is one of the reasons it's important. For the first time, we have a market disruption being baked into legislation at the state level. So we have to change. There's no choice. It's mandated by the state government. It's going to be, we have to basically, in order for us to hit our goals, we need to decarbonize 500 homes a day. That's from a year ago. We're nowhere near that number. And so we need to get serious about how we're going to do this. I'm not looking at it necessarily from the green standpoint, although that's important to me. I'm looking at it from the financial standpoint, because if we have our own municipal or municipally controlled utility, all those utility payments don't get shipped away. They come back to us. And even if it's less, think about how much money that is. Each of you paying your heating and cooling bill. Imagine paying that instead of potentially property taxes or something along those lines. We're talking about a lot of money that can be reinvested back into the city. And then eventually that bill goes down. So that's a lot of money to be basically leveraging. And while there's a lot of upfront cost that comes with basically creating a loop, and we'll get into that, we're not going to have much of a choice. And if we wait, we're going to end up waiting for National Grid to get their act together, and it'll just be the same situation all over again. So that's why it's important to be on the front lines of this thing. That's why we're so excited about this. So again, there's a moratorium being considered right now by the legislative agenda, which means that any new building cannot connect to natural gas. And that's already happened in downstate New York. So if you're in Westchester, you cannot connect to natural gas right now if you have a new building or a major renovation happening. It's a moratorium. You can't do it.
They're making you do this.
They're making you do this, but they're making you do it through air, which is different, and it doesn't work as well or as efficiently. So a lot of single family homes will probably have to do the ones that are like basically the condenser unit heat pump. And I've had this in a building that I've done before. And they're great. They work well. It's all electric, but at the same time, when it's really cold, you're going to wish you had something like this where you're drilling 500 feet below. And also the amount of electricity they use is more than the heat pump system that would be associated with this. So this is a more efficient system.
Dylan, somebody did they saw on the agenda at the last minute, and they said, how is this different than fracking?
Oh.
And if you obviously drilling wells, et cetera, but I'm throwing it out there.
All right, I promise this will be quick. It won't be quick. I'm sorry.
No,
Um,
we don't want you to be quick.
I
This
love
is
this
very
conversation
important.
because fracking is there's a lot of there are a lot of misconceptions about what fracking is. Fracking is drilling extremely deep, like beyond 500, into like the pockets of shale and everything else, and then injecting what is an unknown liquid. And because they have something, it's actually called the Halliburton clause. They don't actually have to disclose what's in this stuff. And as a result, they just shoot it down into the ground. It stays down there. And then people all of a sudden can light their water that comes out of their tap on fire. I don't know if you've ever seen these demonstrations before in Florida. Like I know places like Pennsylvania, it's really disgusting. It's horrible. It leaches into the groundwater and then it gets into your streams and everything else. This is not that. What we're basically doing is we're drilling at a maximum. Brendan, what's the maximum we can drill? 500 feet. That's well above that level that they're talking about. That's mandated by the state. It's by law. What is it? Core and two, right. It's a closed loop system. It's so you're taking PVC pipe basically, and you're shoving it into the hole. You're not drilling down with liquid or anything like that. You're putting a PVC pipe and then you're grouting around it. So it's a completely closed loop system. And then all you're doing is pushing water through that and potentially a little bit of glycol to keep it from freezing. That's all
How's
it
the
is.
water rush through?
It's a pipe and it moves basically through a pump that's going to be in a special pump system. And that's all it is. It's
And that's installed underground also?
all the pumping will actually have to be above the floodplain in this specific area, and we'll get into that. But basically, what happens is that it's basically the most simple system you could think of. It's literally it's not even a refrigerant; it's just water going through a tube into the ground. Never once going into the water, like into the table or into the ground itself. You're not. It's staying contained within a pipe, and then it's encased in concrete basically, and then it comes down, and then it comes back up into the pump, and then into a place and then returned again. So they can return either the warmer or the cooler water. That's all it is. And it literally just exchanges through the pipe, the heat. That's all that happens. The water never touches anything else.
Chair.
So there's the,
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Yep.
Dylan, I may be jumping ahead of you,
sure.
but the question is popping in my head as you're saying these things. When you're talking about drilling in on the parkland,
Mhm.
okay, and your words, shoving the tubes down there.
That was my words, sorry. Not the best words.
I'm kind of, and then you brought up that this is for the newer buildings, and I'm my mind is going to Monument Square.
Sure.
And I know that's going to be a new construction going on, but there's going to be other buildings around there, and they're not newer buildings. So it looks like they're going to have to change their whole systems. And if that's the case, who's going to be responsible for that?
Excellent question. These are all really good questions. So One Monument Square would potentially be an off-taker. I don't know if you can see the screen in front of you right now. So you see the sort of the geothermal field that's in yellow area.
Yeah.
In there would be how many geothermal wells?
I thought you said 25
About 200 or
or
so.
200.
Yep. And that supplies enough heating and cooling liquid for around 400,000 square feet, give or take, I think. And what you're going to see is One Monument Square as a potential off-taker. And what that does is that enables them to use C-PACE financing, which is a great law that you guys all enacted a couple of years ago. And they actually have an added financing bonus as a result, which helps them make that project more feasible. And there's also the Art Center, who needs now at this point a new heating and cooling system. So they might come on actually online earlier than One Monument Square would. There's David Bryce's. So the Freer building actually has a cooling tower on top. And what's interesting about that is that that's almost like a plug and play system where they need to do very little to exchange, to switch from what their current system is into basically this system, because they're already using all the sort of the right mechanics, let's say that, minus the actual heat pump system. Is that the best way to put it? I'm not an engineer, but they are. They're behind me. Yeah. Water. So that works.
I liked it simple. Keep it simple, Tom. KISS.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's so a lot of these off takers in the city can actually hook up to this without needing to do too much work to their systems already. Which is to answer part of your question. If you have more work that's necessary, one of the things, and this is not really being discussed yet, but one of the things we're talking to the Green Bank about is how to finance and help finance some of those different sort of improvements. One of the things that's great is that this has been 100% coverable by CPACE financing, meaning that you can cover this work in your building over a 30-year amortization scale. It gets attached to your tax bill, reasonably low interest rate, and because it's a 30-year sort of write-off, you're more likely to be making much smaller payments on that automatically as part of your tax bill.
So the buildings that you're saying that may be affected, has anybody had conversations with those buildings to say this is
Yeah.
you're going to be responsible for this cost?
Yes, we have. And they're all on board. Preliminarily, of course, they want to see what the actual numbers are going to be. And that's going to be the next step is what we're doing right now. But don't forget, they're going to be paying less. So no matter what they're paying energy, right? You're paying for your heating and cooling. The bill's going to go down. And not only that, but heating right now, especially because of the cost,
Right.
it's through the roof
Delivery.
and it's only going to continue to go up. So this is going to save them. This is a hedge against paying that offset. The delta between what you'd be paying 5 years from now, say in gas, versus what you'd be paying, which is a flat rate per square foot. And it's not going to change. It's just going to stay the same because it's a renewable source. You never have to worry about running out of it.
So again, I apologize if I'm jumping.
No.
So the original wells, you said would be about 200 on the parkland,
Correct.
and it's only going to connect to these properties that you're saying here.
Not
And-
all of them. There's more demand than we have enough wells in that one phase to do.
That's where my question is going. If there's more to come on, where is the digging going to go for that?
Hopefully everywhere. But so
Well, I'm really concerned about the parkland right now, so I don't want to come back and say we're going to
We
do
spent-
more drilling in the parkland.
you
and-
can't. I mean, once we're drilling in a place like that, the reason that we think this is a great opportunity, the reason why it makes a lot of sense is because we have to redo that park anyway. Like that park, that parking lot is going to be a laydown site for One Lyman Square as we do that work.
So that's the only area that they're going to be doing is just in that parking lot. You're not going to be going into other areas of the parkland.
That's exactly what's on the alienation legislation for a reason. That's the only area that we're trying to do this in right now, and that's the area that we're going to be using in that phase and that area of the park. Yes, there might be other parks and other areas that we're looking at, and I'll get into that in a minute. But I think the smart way to look at this is if this works, and this I'm going off script, so forgive me, everybody behind me.
It's
So,
fine.
but like if this works, the way that people I think really see this happening is there's got to be some sort of legislation where if you're doing road work, for instance, right, you're digging up a road, then you're laying down pipes even if you're not there yet. If we're showing profit doing this, eventually we're going to need legislation that says, look, if you're digging up a street and you know that this is going to be a transmission area at some point, you're putting pipes in now because you don't want to be digging it up again later. Like this is the time to be doing it. And if you do it smartly like that, all of a sudden you're not revisiting after you've already, laid down new pavement everywhere. Now you've basically got a system set in place. The only way you get there, and Kiani and I've talked about this, is with an energy master plan. And that's something we need to be talking about at some point too, because there's a lot of different assets, whether it's solar, whether it's geothermal, whether it's, it could be cogen, it could be all sorts of things. I mean, who knows how we're going to end up getting there, but we need to be putting together a master plan that shows all the different assets and where they're available, and then the different buildings and the different housing stock, who's using what energy, et cetera, and then using the savings between what they're spending now and what they're going to be spending after we get this done to pay for all that difference. Like that's how the smart money is going to basically do this. And whoever figures that out first is going to have a ton of jobs, like a ton of jobs. They're also going to have a ton of money coming in, and they're going to be the center of this new sort of green environmental sort of like revolution. And right now, NYSERDA believes it's us. So that's why we're really thrilled about this.
Councilmember Gully.
Dylan, thank you for all the information. I'm just a little confused. I know earlier you said that this system they're going to put in by the park would do approximately 400,000 square foot, right? On your board, you have over 600,000.
Correct.
My question is, what if everybody says yes?
That's a problem.
Okay, so
For this, for
It's a good
this
problem.
initial phase, it's a problem. It's not necessarily a problem. They're not all coming on at once.
right, but I'm just saying, even when they do, what happens? if we go-
Councilmember.
I'm sorry. Would we have to like drill somewhere else, put other wells in to expand that system?
So yeah, so right now, like another off taker that we have, do you want to go to the next one? Because I think you've got some more. we can come back. This is great, but we'll come back. So this would be phase 1B. And by the way, we just got a $500,000 grant from NYSERDA to design this phase. So we have the $4 million grant to do the implementation on the other one. We've got a $500,000 grant now to do the design of this one. And we have Russell Sage as an off-taker who's now already signed up with Siemens to basically do an energy plan with them to become off-takers on this. We also have the Taylor Apartments that wants to do this. But look at the land that's surrounding this all of a sudden, right? We're talking a lot about things that are happening in South Troy. That's a lot of brownfields that we're going to be cleaning up. Like, you're starting to see how this is all sort of like, it's all coming together now, right? So like, we have a $600,000 grant from the EPA to do the assessment of that land. That's the brownfield down there. The reason is because we want to basically redevelop all that land along the waterfront. All of a sudden, you've cleaned up all that land. While you're cleaning it up, we're also putting down pipes. And now all of a sudden, you've got all these companies that want to be investing in communities that have already bought into the law, right, of the state. They don't want to be trying to figure this out 10 years from now. They want to be in places. They want to be in places that have already figured this out. So where are they going to be investing? They're going to be investing in us because we're the only ones that have done this. So that's the idea, right? Is to basically now start moving down the riverfront and putting in pipes, putting in wells. That's a lot of land.
So you said the Taylor Apartments is invested in doing this with us?
Yes, they wish we could be ready to do the first building. We're not.
Will they set the first building up so it could be tapped in?
Potentially, but there's no guarantees. They're right now they've got enough problems with their building's going to go forward, but by the skin of everybody's teeth because of the fact that things cost more these days.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous right now.
Yeah, for everybody.
Thank you.
1 second, I apologize. I did take Councilmember Ash McPherson's floor from her. Do you want to?
Pulled the rug right off from
Oh,
underneath
sorry.
me. I do have more questions, but I'm going to let you go a little bit further.
Because they might be answered.
Oh, okay. If you like, do you want to just go?
Well, Councilmember-
Well, just one thing. I'm sorry, one thing. In this picture here that you've got up, in the yellow lines that I'm looking at, looking like you're coming down by Sage, going over Russell Sage on the McKinsey Hall and up, is that all where piping would go?
Brendan? Potentially.
Is that why the yellow is there? Say that again?
That's the yellow boxes. The yellow boxes would be borefield sites. The orangish kind of line, that would be potentially a loop.
That
So
would
those
be
are
a loop. So
transmission.
you'd have to dig those roads or drill in those roads to put more in.
Wells.
Well, sorry.
So the wells are in the vacant land that's signified by the yellow, they're called polygram.
Yes, I see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so that would be that's exactly where you're putting in the wells. And then the transmission line that you're looking at, that orange line, is potentially where we would be laying pipes. Potentially. Again, this is not a design. We have a $500,000 grant to design that.
Yep. I'm
Steve,
just looking at roads that have been paved and now we want to go through them again, as we discussed.
No, we don't want to do that. We want to
That's
avoid
what
that.
I'm,
do you mind
stand up
using
and
the
give the mic?
mic? Yeah, thank you.
I'm
Come on, get
sorry.
popular.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm Brendan Hall from CHA. So the thing with the pipes is that it's not like a natural gas line where like they're pretty small and like they can kind of make a little trench. The pipes are big enough to where you basically end up triggering having to restore the whole lane. And so there's less of an issue with like the kind of pockets here and there of, what you were talking about before where you get the ruts. Because, and that's part of, it's nice to be able to coordinate with water lines or like anything else you'd be able to do, because you do end up having to basically, by the time you trench and put everything in, you're restoring basically the whole lane. So.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't leave it, you make it where it's correct. But I'm gonna catch, you get a problem.
And
We
I'm going
got
to
you.
hold you to that.
Okay,
This item, problem. It's not a 4-year phase plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Engineering staff and the business here, to build something like this.
Mm-hmm.
sounds good, Tom.
Council President.
Councilmember Conley Wilson, then Councilmember Ben, then Councilmember Gully, and then Councilmember Soriento. I'll be in between somewhere, but lots of questions.
I'll
This
yield my
is
time.
why you should have come to us sooner, Steve.
So
You know I'm gonna dig you for that, all right? Go ahead,
I'm not
Councilmember
sure if we
Conlon.
really like if this really made sense to everyone, but and correct me if I'm wrong, Dylan, but basically where all the what's it called?
You gotta tell us.
Where all the pump, not the pumps, but like
PVC?
where
The
the
wells?
bulk of the the wells are going to be, that's going to be where there are no buildings, right? Where there's like parklands and all that, and then the all the piping to deliver the air and all that. Sorry, it's late. My brain is half working now.
I'm right there with you.
That's going to be where, you know, we may see that on streets and stuff. So the bulk of the like disturbance, quote unquote, of the land would happen on grassy areas. So we're not really like in like grass grows. It's the number one crop that the United States grows. It's grass. It grows like a weed. So we're not really disturbing much. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to council members that these are really great opportunities. If this works really well, we could do different parks, maybe Prospect Park and all these other, we have a lot of grasslands and park areas that this could really be a huge benefit for our city, especially as there's a lot of low income folks, and this could really help for sure. And, you know, maybe revolutionize the city a bit.
Can
and
help
bring-
middle
And
income.
and also, you know, bring in jobs and
Middle
all
low.
that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. I'm real excited about this for sure.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, so they've been talking for a long time in places like Europe where they don't have as much sort of green space about like the holy grail for geothermal is how to like drill to people's basements. Quite frankly, we don't have that problem, thankfully. We have enough vacant land here between the vacant land and between parks that we can use those assets, as Kiani just mentioned. Sorry, as council member just mentioned. And that's, I think that's one of the benefits of doing this now is making that plan, right? About like, what are our great sort of assets when we talk about geothermal? The other thing to remember is that there's nothing visible above the ground. Like you're never going to know you're on top of a geothermal field. It's not like you're tripping over pipes as you're trying to play soccer or anything. Like there's literally nothing coming out of the ground, except further down somewhere, there'll be a vault and that goes into a manifold. It basically looks like a really cool carburetor. Like there's just a ton of manifolds that go together in a vault somewhere. And that's completely out of the way. You're not going to see it. You're never even going to know it's there. Then if we ever have to redo a park for any reason, there's a great place to do a geothermal well. Like it's that simple.
Thanks, Dylan. We have Councilmember Min, then Councilmember Gully, and then Councilmember Sorienta. Yes, Councilmember Min.
So I've had a chance to look at some of this through the DRI application. And I would strongly encourage you to be very clear with the DRI where you are in terms of funding to unlock that money. And I know that this is an important step to get money that matches money. This is my neighborhood and I can see right across the street from my house where you want to put those pumps in. Cool, call me.
Hope you all first, right?
A beta test. The nice thing about this site is all those yellow boxes, with the exception of the one right here on the riverfront near Taylor, are parking lots currently. And the giant green field right on the river is the goose field. That's where the geese play soccer and attack people. So definitely put something in there. It won't get rid of them, but you know,
Temporarily.
But you know, this is, I think we can look throughout our city and see large scale parking lots, and parking lots need to be repaved on the regular. Also First Street, the blue line you see going down there, it was repaved, but we are due for national grid destruction because they haven't put the high pressure gas lines in yet.
Yeah.
That's coming. That's fun. So who knows when they'll come and cause that chaos. But you know, safe gas. But then we won't need the gas, won't we?
No, we won't.
We're trying to get rid of
Right.
gas.
So,
Okay.
but anyway, I do think that like this is, we've talked a lot tonight about integration with our engineering department and scheduling. But I would say, based on the Monday's meeting with the DRI, there were a lot of questions
Sure.
about feasibility, financing. Can this be real? because this is the type of jobs with Troy's manufacturing history and HVCC where we can create entirely new industries that can be based in, our formerly industrial areas, South Troy specifically, and Lansing.
Can I just comment really quickly on that? Because thank you for all that. We have not had the opportunity to get in front of a lot of people to talk about this project yet. And partly because it's so ambitious and it's so big that it's one of those things you really want to have sort of fleshed out to some degree before we come out to say, hey, look, like we want to do this. We understand that it gets people really excited. So we wanted to make sure with that feasibility study, which actually has not been completely completed, we have the data, we know it's feasible, it just hasn't been submitted yet. So we're going to be reviewing it actually the next couple of weeks ourselves. We'll make sure that you guys get a copy of that as well.
And I just wanted to say for one other thing, because you're dropping wells so deep, if we're going to end up building on these vacant lots,
Yeah.
you're running a basement and it's not even going to be our foundation work, and it's not going to impact our ability to build, infill.
It won't. And that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons we work with engineers, honestly, because this is what they look at all day. So with a piece on the workforce development, I think is a really key piece, right? Because we've already talked to people like Brian Williams over at the Workforce Institute. I can tell you right now, I don't want to speak for CHA, but CHA has many positions they'd like to fill. We also have Siemens with us. Siemens and their competitors, I don't want to say anybody specifically, but they're looking to basically work with us on workforce development because they know this is the future, along with the control systems that basically automate things within houses and buildings and things of that nature. This is the future, and there's not enough jobs right now to really start this revolution. So we're already talking to RPI. We're already talking to Hudson Valley. We're already talking to the Workforce Development Institute. We know that there's programming we can do. We can do with OCs tomorrow if we want it, if we had this set up, and they're going to get a chance to work on the first functioning system in the state right here in Troy. Where do you think they're going to locate? Like it's pretty clear.
Okay, I am going to try to move it along. Councilmember Soriento.
I have a few questions.
Sure.
So you mentioned about grants. So are these grants going to be fully funded? Are they going to fully fund this project?
No. So
We
There's a-
haven't gotten to the funding yet, have we?
so that's okay. So there's a $4 million grant from NYSERDA, the implementation of this loop. And I don't have a final number on the actual cost of this. It could be anywhere between basically $8 and $12 million. And the reason for that is because the number of off-takers that are ready to go for One Monument Square is going to dictate whether or not we go to them first or go to Monument Square first. That changes the price of it dramatically. And it also changes the payback period. The smarter thing is to basically, well, I don't want to say which smarter because I don't know yet, but when we have that information, we'll tell you. But we have $4 million right now from NYSERDA that we've been awarded. They haven't even announced it yet, but we've gotten the letters. We have a contract that we need to sign with them at some point. We have the Green Bank interested in funding the rest. We also have the DRI that asked for $1 million in there as well. The reason that I can't take the normal sort of route is because the city can't bond for this because it's not yet a public good. It's not yet a public sort of utility. There's the question if you have one off taker or two off takers, like if you have the first telephone, is it really a telephone system for everybody? Like it's an existential question that I can't get into. I don't know the answer to that, but we've been told that it won't work for public financing necessarily yet. So that means the LDC would have to do it. The LDC would have to work through, because again, you don't have a lot of security if you're a bank, right? You're talking about a bunch of pipes in the ground that they're leased directly to the LDC. So if I'm a bank, my security isn't the pipes because I can't even do anything with them if I were to take them back, right? So there's that. So as the first ones doing this, we're hitting every single obstacle along the way because they don't even know they're there yet. And they're helping us basically work through them. So that's why now the Green Bank all of a sudden is in the business of geothermal, because NYSERDA was like, hey guys, you're a sister organization, you guys do lending. We need you to be talking to Troy, figuring out how to make this work. So that's what's happening right now. We have a call with them on Monday. We had a call with NYSERDA, Tuesday. We had a call with NYSERDA today. Everyone's feeling really good about it. We're going to try to get the financing that way. Once we do it through that way, Siemens will come and do the permanent loan, because at that point you have enough off takers already going that it's generating a positive cash flow. And Siemens will work with us at a very low rate, right? Very low rate. They'll work with us
Councilmember.
at a very low rate. So, and we'll be able to work with them. And from that point forward, we have now the collateral to be able to constantly replenish a fund from the Green Bank to get the next one done, to take that out with Siemens again, and get another one done, and take that out with Siemens again. And this just keeps moving. And that way, when we have a lease agreement with you guys, hopefully that's going to be on a performance contract, is like profit sharing. The more we get done, the more money's coming into the city, the more it works for everybody.
Councilmember Soriento still has the floor.
I do have some questions. I'm sorry. So
Go
is there
ahead.
going to be a maintenance cost? So is there a maintenance involved? And is there a maintenance cost associated with it?
And the maintenance slide, my friends.
There's a maintenance clause, but basically you've got two different ways. Right now, you're planning on, we've created a secondary way of maintaining, which is basically, you have some pumps. You've got some pump motor that's all maintained. Water doesn't need maintenance. Okay.
Okay. Also, so if there were any damage to the pipes or the wells, who would be responsible for those damages? Would it be on the
Well,
city or would it
You
be?
would have insurance against those type of unforeseen damages. So basically, if you got a contractor going to dig up the lines for National Grid makes them pay for it. Same type scenario. Very simple.
One well goes down, it's not the same as like water. One well goes down, it goes down.
You're not replacing.
You have enough from all the other wells. And you don't lose a well.
That's a very rare occasion.
Councilmember, you still have the floor.
I'm a little confused about
It's a lot at
This is all-
once, and I gotta tell you, it's such an important project, and I know I'm harping on it. I just really wish the council was brought in the loop, even the concept much earlier than tonight, when the ledge is recessing in literally a week and a half. I work there 2 weeks actually from tomorrow, and we're being asked to like alienate parkland, even though it is subsurface. I mean, I get that part of it. I do have some questions. Are you,
one last
go
one.
ahead, council member, if you don't mind, in the mic, please.
Steve, you mentioned that the study was completed and submitted to NYSERDA.
So I
When-
guess the feasibility study was based on the partial information we had that we submitted. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no study that's.
There's a
been
final draft that was submitted, so it's-
And when was that? And we're just hearing about this now? I don't know why the timing, I mean, 6
well,
months
no, I
ago.
guess I don't have a good answer for it. I was working. Yeah, we didn't know if we would get further with this.
No,
But
I
you're-
get it. Just, if I may, it's more, you gotta know, it's so much information at once. I mean, I think we're all in agreement. It's such a great project. We could be a model for the state, the Northeast. We get it. At the same time, we also want to understand. it.
Right, and
I mean-
I'm just gonna, and I get all of your concerns, and I apologize for that. I mean, there's a lot of things going on here. We're not asking you to alienate parkland. We will be asking you to alienate parkland. This just lines up the ability to do it. So you'll have a second bite at the apple.
Actually, there'll be plenty more because there's not a lease yet. There's no terms of anything. We're still in the process of shaping this up, which is why we're coming to you now.
And that's where I have to jump in. Tonight, what you are proposing to do, and once again, just for the record, I won't be able to act on it, but there is a resolution endorsing this Assembly bill, Assembly 9993A. And, honestly, I do think at some point, the state legislature, maybe nicer to hopefully come up with a better format and not have to come to municipalities to ask us to actually alienate. But the bill that you're endorsing tonight, you are acting on a resolution essentially calling on the ledge to pass this bill. I hope you read the bill, folks, because the bill does say, that notwithstanding, et cetera, But the terms is authorized to discontinuous parklands and to lease at fair market value for a term not to exceed 30 years, the subsurface lands, et cetera, and the district geothermal wells, distribution lines. Upon the completion of the installation, the city of Troy shall restore the surface of the land for the use as parkland. I guess my question on that would be, why would we, the city of Troy, restore the surface of the land and not the contractor? So that's my first question.
Well, and again, this is the state's first time working through this too. So they're using a lot of boilerplate language. For instance, they're using language that any leases are going to be used to purchase land that offsets the loss of this land. And there is no loss of land. And I agree with you
That's
totally.
why it's
I agree.
so, I know.
And I explained that to them, and this is the language they come back with.
And
Yeah.
like me, I can't vote on this, but this is a real problem because if this bill passes, it's the next step. I mean,
But the next step is a
then you
lease
come
that you would
back.
have to
Exactly.
approve. I'm sorry.
Right. The next step would be the lease. Thank you, Pro Tem. But the next step would be the lease, et cetera, the contract with Siemens. I mean, I get all that, but this bill does tie the city. If this passes and the governor signs it, that you are essentially, this will tie us to this bill. And so, okay, so my next thing, so the city of Troy shall restore the surface. The other thing, Steve, that I read, the 30-year, obviously. And then it does talk about should the lands described, it goes into obviously the boundaries of the lands. I mean, like you said, they essentially took an alienation and parkland project and they plugged it in. And it's not good for us with this project, I think, because we're not transferring other parkland to alienate the sub, but it makes it sound like we're alienating our subsurface parkland.
Absolutely. And I had the discussion. The question was, do I really need parkland alienation?
Right.
We're not alienating
Thank you.
parkland.
Thank
And
you.
the answer was, you need to do it. So
And
there's that. And also, I just want to add that the city went through a similar process with the Skull Lake parcel. We are not allowed to sell waterfront property. And the city went through and did the exact same home rule legislation that the state approved, giving the city the authority to sell the Skull Lake property 8 years ago. We didn't do anything. You don't have to do it.
right.
This just gives you
Page the
permission
way.
to do.
Page the way.
Council-
I still have the floor. Thank you. The other thing, the proceeds, City of Troy dedicate the proceeds of the lease toward the acquisition of new parklands and or capital improvements. However, will we see those proceeds if we were to lease to the LDC?
Well, and I think there is probably an operating agreement involved. That's not a lease. There are ways around that. So there are ways to have you participate, not so much through the lease, but with an operating agreement to have this facility. That's
Okay,
the plan. So there wouldn't really be, the lease payment might be $1, or the lease payment, there could be a lease payment. We could buy some other parkland, but there would be an operating agreement and those revenues would come to the city.
okay. Outside of the legislation, would there be a pro forma with Siemens,
There is one. So we have a pro forma. I mean, again, this is still being developed, but I don't know, you want to,
We have a perform that's based on a number of different off takers and at different times. And if you'd like, we'll pass it around to everybody so they can take a look at it. There's some information in there that I think it's probably better to share, sort of just be email for now and have conversations
Right.
about.
okay. And then I certainly, and Shad knows this, I don't want to get us in a corner where we were with the LED lighting, where the subcontracting, et cetera. So how would the city handle the RFP for the subcontractors for the work to open it up to, union, non-union, anyone to bid on the subcontracting.
So the bidding would be through the LDC because the LDC, or as of right now, has to be the owner of the system just because of the way
Could
that.
you, and you know what, Dylan, thank you. I did write that down. Why can't the
Yeah.
city be why do we have to lease this?
So this goes back, so originally we were hoping to do it through the city. And there were subsequent many conversations involving Paul Reichel, who I believe you guys all know pretty well, and Andy Petrowski and the mayor, and Rick as well, to discuss about the sort of clumsy definition of what a public benefit sort of is and the city's role in these things. And as you know, you can't fund something unless it's for the greater good, right? For the greater public benefit. And when you've got one off taker in the very beginning and then two off takers in the very beginning, can you actually make the argument that something's for the public good, right? If it's one or two off takers to start. And I would argue, of course, yes, because the plan is to make it for everybody. But Paul Reichel came back saying, look, like this is so new that you're going to have trouble trying to get this through, basically through municipal law, leaving yourself open to something. This is really what like an EDO or an economic development organization set up to do. Like that's the preferred way to do this. And so we had to go that route.
Okay, so let's take that next step. So the LDC, what would they do to assure that, Siemens, who's going to oversee the project, that we don't get into that bind where we're
Right.
subcontracting?
So I'm sorry, I was just going to say our procurement policy basically reflects the city's procurement policy. So we have to just basically make sure that we're doing it properly. They would have an EPC contract with the LDC, which is something that will happen at some point very soon. And then what happens from that point forward is that we go through the same procurement process the city normally would, which is you put it out there, you've got the same sort of WICs and prevailing wage requirements. And we're just going to make sure we have to be on top of it as we would with any other new contract with the city at this point.
Okay, I think I got half of mine, but I'm okay right now. Further questions, and I know you have a couple more slides.
Council
Yes,
President?
Councilmember Amending.
A couple things. The supplementals for the DRI application really laid this out beautifully. And if you are able
Sure.
to share those with us, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also my understanding is if you get a DRI award, you're also going to be bound by contractual provisions from the state in terms of women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses.
As we are with NYSERDA.
Right.
So-
So you're already, and then like preference towards union labor. Because obviously there's a lot of interest on the union end for these types of municipal projects to go forward. And I guess like for me, I'm thinking about how do I explain this thing that is sort of complicated and technical to constituents who are like, wait, you want to tear up a park? So this is the way I think about it, which is, this is like, we're digging a well for a water fountain, but the water fountain heats the building. And that's a real simplistic way. And obviously water comes out, and this is a closed system. But the ultimate result is we're redoing Monument Square. We're redoing Riverfront Park 2.0. So we're already doing a tremendous amount of redesign in this park, adding a playground, adding amenities for the public. And so this is already part of a larger construction project. We're relocating the Korean War Monument. And so like what I would say to my constituents is, this is one aspect that's going to be hidden under the ground. Essentially, you're signing a lease, but instead of leasing an apartment, you're leasing the depths, a pipe deep, the right to be deep underground.
Yeah.
It's like,
Council member, if I'm going to try to
yeah,
get this
but
rolling,
it's like,
I
I
have
think these are
to.
the questions. These are the questions that we're all going to end up asking as they as this proposal comes to each one of our neighborhoods.
Can I interject for 2 seconds? So I think I know where you're
Absolutely.
going. Council member Conley Wilson and Councilmember Mantello probably are already aware that we have a vehicle that works really well for this, and that's the Sustainability Task Force.
Mm.
They're also granted now with, NYSERDA has a separate sort of clean energy communities grant that has a community campaign piece of it. I don't really want to get too far in the weeds because it's going to get really hard with acronyms, but in any case, they're the perfect vehicle. They're already set up to do this. And so we just need to sort of align this project with them and what they're doing, and then say, look, you guys help us with the public outreach and the public sort of community campaign piece that we need. And then we unleash that into the community and get people thinking about what this could actually mean. I don't know if you've been to the Focus Lab with Rafe, that the LDC, that was also help. We funded that as well for a reason, because we want the next one will not just be on the Hudson River. The next one's going to be on energy for a reason, because we want people to see and understand and be able to touch what that means. So we've been thinking about these things, trying to come up with ways to do this because we have the same problem. Again, I apologize for not coming here sooner. You know, Steve and I have wanted to come. The problem again is, how do you explain this? Like it's intimidating for us to be up here talking about something that's so technical and sort of outside everyone's wheelhouse. It's not easy to come up here and talk about this. So because it's hard to get everyone sort of nodding their head, which actually everyone here seems to be doing. So maybe we're doing a better job at it than we think we are. I don't know. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Clearly,
So-
I could talk about this all day.
And here's the deal, and Steve knows though, but to come to the council with a home rule, I mean, and not be obviously briefed on this sooner, that's the problem. I mean, even if you only had half of it, even if you had a third, we need to be brought in the loop on something so important sooner. Anyway, Dylan, if you could finish
Sure, yeah,
the
absolutely.
presentation. I do know
We're pretty much done. So we're pretty much
Okay.
done. We'll send you all hard copies so you have it as well, and then also anything I have for DRI I'll send you as well.
Councilmember Ash McPherson and Councilmember Steele. I'm just going to ask if we could try to ask questions. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, if I'm understanding this correctly, you said the LDC will be in control, correct?
The LDC will have an agreement with, the LDC will have an agreement with Siemens. I mean, we're a conduit more or less.
Or is it LDC control?
Well, it'll be you got a good way to answer this? Yeah, the LDC is in control and with an agreement with Siemens. Yeah.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the city cannot be the lead on this because it's not opened up already, only opened up to a certain amount of units.
Yes, the city could be, and I think the city could be in the future. I would argue the city could now. Yep.
So I guess when it's available to all residents, the LDC would transfer it to the city? Or would they be saying the city's got to buy it back? I mean, I'm trying to. Am I jumping?
I haven't gotten to that point. Do you?
I think the short answer is that as long as there's debt that the LDC is carrying, obviously that would have to get made whole. And then how that works with municipal finance law might be difficult. I don't know. But again, I think if we're setting the LDC up in a way that we can do this and then give profit sharing to the city to make sure the profits are going where it needs to go, I think that's probably a solution that works for everyone as long as expenses for maintaining the utilities are being paid.
That's where I'm looking to see where this is gonna end up, is it, and correct me if I'm wrong, because in my head, I'm looking at this like the land bank is being, their money and whatnot, and my property that the city gives them to sell. Now, is this going to be the full funding for the LDC? I'm just trying, because you're gonna be accepting the payments, correct?
It's certainly, and it's certainly, I mean, the LDC does not have any sources of revenue, so there certainly would be an LDC revenue coming to the LDC to have some staff to help manage this as well, and probably do other projects as well, but the city would be receiving benefits as well. Yeah.
No, I know that, but I'm just using that as my example in my head, because I know how that works, but I'm just trying to figure this out, because I'm under the assumption that the LDC is going to be the lead subleasing or subcontracting out to CPAC. I just want to know who's in charge. It's really going to be running.
Oh, right. And so right, in that case, the LDC is in charge there. And at some point, I think when the city has the ability to do that, I think this could transform into a project that becomes more city. Maybe the city bonds and invests and does it and owns future pieces of the system. We don't know that yet.
I know I'm joking.
Yeah.
I would be here. They don't want to do that.
Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Steele.
Yeah, I just have a quick, probably crazy question, but the location of this, the wells are so close to the river. Does that impact one way or the other, good, bad,
Well,
ugly?
Yeah, it's a Brendan question. I mean, actually, the issue was we could actually use the river water to do this, except the DEC would not likely
Okay.
permit that.
Okay,
So do you have any?
okay, okay. No.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
With the state,
Yeah.
I think that the proximity of it to the river, I'm sure, has some effect on the temperatures down below. But
Okay, thanks.
I guess, Steve, why, in the bill, would it not say the city of Troy leasing? Because the onus is on the city of Troy, restore the surface of the land, the city of Troy, dedicate the proceeds of the lease toward the acquisition, but we're not even going to get the proceeds of the lease.
Well, I think they're putting the onus on the city because the city is leasing the property. Certainly, that would be part of the agreement when we get to there about how this is constructed, who restores it, where that funding comes from. So I think it's just, again, it's the language I got back from the state, and I think there are ways to work around it.
I think it's a little flawed too, because then in section 4, it says the lease shall terminate and those lands revert to the city of Troy for public park, etc. But earlier, they have the city of Troy being responsible for everything. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't mesh.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. And I'm sure, and like you said, I'm sure that as they change things there's whole things about seeker regs about what you don't have to do for solar panels. I'm sure in the future for uses like this, for clean energy uses, you'll probably not have to go through this process. Yeah, we're trailblazers here and
I
everybody's
hear
figuring it
ya.
out.
I just think
Now, what about, so the lease agreement, that's not even proposed yet?
No, we're getting permission. We're asking for permission to lease. No,
Correct.
I will absolutely, we will all have to come together for council with everybody involved and come back with a proposed lease. That's really when, like I say, that's when we do the seeker. That's when we have the financing all laid out. We have the project, how the whole project is going to happen. And that's when the city council will act.
Right. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
What I'm understanding is that you're only asking us to do the approval to this, to get the bill passed, okay? But you're not going to do anything else. You'll have to come back to the city, back to the council to ask for permission.
I can't do anything else. The city council has to approve a lease.
Okay.
I can't do anything else without the city council permission. We're just
Just the first step.
asking them for permission.
Yeah. Yep. Fair enough.
Right.
We're out for a year, basically.
No, I hear you.
That's, I'm just trying to keep it clear.
And the DRI.
Council President,
Yes.
I call the vote.
Okay, one last question. I apologize. Lease at fair market value is in the bill language. Have you gotten an appraisal of the property? I mean, how do you praise subsurface?
Fanny sells gravel for $23 a ton.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't have that yet, but that again, that's something we will have to work out.
All right, so there is not a motion yet or anything yet. Here we go. All right, resolution 67. Thank you very, very much. I mean, Dylan, fabulous, seriously. And just remind your boss, he's got to come to us soon.
Oh, now she picked on me. She picked on you. Glad these-
And Tom, thank you. Thank you. Shad, you really gave a lot. You have anything else? All right. Resolution, but you know also what I'll be looking for should this move forward. Resolution 67, resolution of the City Council of the City of Troy calling on the New York State Legislature to pass and the governor to sign a bill, which you should know in the reso, it should have the bill number. So just for purposes, yeah, you need to put the bill number into that reso. So first, I'll state this, sign a bill authorizing a lease of subsurface parkland referred to as Riverfront Park. Councilmember Conley Wilson, at the request of the administration. We'll take a motion, a second, and then you should amend the bill to include the assembly bill number because it should be in there. So a motion.
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Gully. I can't make a motion, so Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Motion to amend the title of this resolution to include bill number A 9993-A.
Yep.
To the
Yep.
And S
We don't, in the Senate.
and the Senate one. I don't think that's attached.
It's not attached.
9310.
9310. Okay, so hold on. You got to do it in two spots. So it's in the title, and I am just recommending to sign a bill on line 2, put a comma, and put Assembly Bill 993-A and Senate Bill 9310. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion, count 9993. Okay, thank you. A, there is an A, Assembly 9993A, it was amended in Senate Bill 9310A. In both the title and the body, we have a motion, Councilmember Conley Wilson, we have a second, Councilmember Steele. On the discussion,
So this is on the amendment.
on the amendment. All in favor on the amendment? Opposed, recused, 1. So 601 on the amendment. On the amended resolution, is there a motion?
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Min on the discussion. I'm going to take a slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Although I still have questions, I believe that we might be able to get some answers over the next few days. I'm going to push this forward and vote yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Just real quick, I want to thank you all for coming and giving us as much information as you can. And I apologize for all the questions, but again, this is all something new to us. We need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I still have many, many questions to go forward on this, and that's where my clarity was just to make sure that this isn't something you're gonna go up and running with once this goes through. So I'm gonna vote for I right now, and hopefully we're gonna get more answers. Thank you.
Councilmember Steele.
Ditto on the thanks to all. And I'm just really excited about this. I can tell you are too. So I'm very pleased to vote aye.
Councilmember Min.
Nice job. I look forward to seeing First Street torn up. I vote aye.
Councilmember Conley Wilson.
Aye.
Councilmember Soriento.
I want to thank you for, giving me more information than I had yesterday. This is only just to allow that bill. I mean, I don't want to say aye and find the city later on and regret my decision. That's, I do need more information. And I want to make sure that these taxpayers are not going to be burdened by this. So for now, I vote aye, but moving forward though, we got to look for some kind of, for additional funding, especially if there's maintenance costs involved. I want to make sure that these taxpayers are not going to be burdened by this.
Okay, so we have 6 ayes. I do have to recuse myself, but before recusing, I concur with everyone. I want to thank Siemens, CHA. I want to thank Dylan. Steve's on my do-do list. I'm kidding. Thank you, Steve. But saying that, in all seriousness, this truly could be a model project. You should know, if I were able to vote for this, I did not like the process. I'm not thrilled with this bill. As we stated, they tried to take a template alienation for something very new, something no one really has gone down this path yet. We potentially could be trailblazers for future, hopefully, non-home rule legislation that really doesn't completely address this project. So hopefully NYSERDA somehow comes up with a departmental bill to address it. But saying all of that, it's an exciting project. There's a lot of questions, maintenance, performa, subcontractors, you name it, the financing of this, the responsibility of the city, the liability, the impacts, et cetera. But on that note, Steve, will seeker be done?
Seeker will be done at a future date. This
Right.
is, again, there's no
Right,
environmental
I got
action.
it. No, I totally get it. So hopefully as this moves forward, because obviously it is moving forward, there's a lot of questions, just, a million questions, but super exciting. The CLCPA obviously set a number of goals, a number of objectives. This certainly is in line with the climate action plan. So saying that, I can't vote. I do need to tell the council now that this will be moving forward. I do recuse myself, Maria, so it is 601. But now that it is moving forward, you will need the next step to pass this, a special meeting. So while we're here, we need to talk about when that special meeting will be, because session is adjourning June 2nd, 2 weeks from tonight, and there are only 6 legislative days during that period. So saying that there'll be multiple calendars, but you got to move if you want it to move forward. So Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. So why don't you take out your calendar? I'd be willing to do a Zoom meeting if folks were open to that. I am looking at our
Council
calendar.
President?
Wednesday, we have 10-11. Yes,
May 25th, we have the public meeting.
you could do it
Can we do
before
the
that.
special meeting before the public meeting? This way we're
You
not
could.
traveling down here 3-4 nights a
You
week.
could, and I think it's a great idea. You
Thank
do
you.
lose 2 session days, but obviously you could tell John McDonald and Senator Breslin, that it did pass the finance and there is a special on Wednesday. Okay, so I'll call a special meeting for Wednesday evening. Our public hearing is at 5:30. So let's call it at 5:15 if that works for folks. All right.
5:15.
All right. So 5:15, and I will get that notice out to members. Okay. All right, so that is the last resolution. We do have a special meeting this evening. Don't go anywhere. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Everyone. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Everyone. Just pick anyone, Maria. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, 7-0, we adjourn. I'm going to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance of the special. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Awesome. All right, roll call. Maria.
Councilmember Gully,
Here until November.
Councilmember Ashley Pearson,
Present.
Councilmember Seal,
Present.
Councilmember Men,
Present.
Councilmember Conley Wilson,
Present.
Councilmember Soriento,
Here.
Council President Mantello.
Here.
We already talked.
7 ayes, all are present.
Okay, presentation, what just passed finance this evening is on this evening's agenda. A few items. Public forum. Would anyone like to speak at our public forum this evening? Okay, nobody's on Zoom. You're saying our 7:30 meeting that now is starting at 10:05.
Nobody's here.
Okay, nobody signed up. Ordinance 22.
Ordinance 22, ordinance amending chapter 251 of Troy City Code. Council President Mantello, Councilmember Seal.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 22 passes.
Ordinance 23.
Ordinance 23, ordinance amending the 2022 general fund budget and accepting additional grant funds from the City Capital Resource Corporation for the 2022 Neighborhood Improvement Program. Council President Mantello.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Ash McPherson. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Steele and Councilmember Soriento.
Yes. Yes.
Is there discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
7 ayes, 0 noes. Ordinance 23 passes.
Resolution 65.
Resolution 65, resolution appointing Todd Jojo to the Board of Assessment Review of the City of Troy. Council President Mantello.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Councilmember Gully. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Men. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
7
Oops, sorry.
7 ayes, 0 noes. Resolution 65 passes.
Resolution 66.
Resolution 66, resolution in support of a home rule message requesting the state of New York to enact Senate Bill S.8818 and Assembly Bill 8.9893, permitting the Oakwood Community Center to file an application for a retroactive real property tax exemption for the 2021 and 2022 assessment rolls. Councilmember Ash McPherson at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson. Discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Soriento. Your voices sound similar. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recuse. One recuse.
No, you don't recuse on that one.
601, resolution 66.
Oakwood Community Center?
Whatever she wants
Yeah,
to do.
it's a
It's a home
state.
rule.
Oh,
It's
I'm
a home
sorry.
rule.
It's late. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Whoa.
Wait,
Please, go ahead, clerk.
6 ayes, one
Abstention.
abstention. Resolution 66 passes.
Okay, we have a second public forum. I welcome our huge crowd here in the council chamber. If you would like to speak at the second public forum. Okay,
Council
I
President,
will, yes, Councilmember Steele.
I just have a question. Where are we with the redistricting commissions?
Very good question. Yes.
We need to
we
move forward
do.
with that.
Yep, we are, meaning we have to. because everything has just been piling up and I've been like knee deep in session.
So what's our
We
next
will.
step? The
Yeah.
community info sessions or
No,
what?
first we have to have a local law drafted. So I looked, what I did do, Councilmember Steele, I researched what was done 20 years ago because we didn't do it 10 years ago. So the local law has to be drafted. I will get that drafted. Then we'll have 3 public hearings on that local
On
law
the local law.
and then
Okay.
vote.
All right, thank you,
Okay,
thank you.
so it's on me, but I need help and I need to get the local law draft.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I will sit with Rick, but I promise you, it's high on my list.
Yep, good,
Okay,
good.
thank you. Further discussion before we adjourn? Okay, motion to adjourn.
So move.
Councilmember Steele, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Conley Wilson, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Don't forget your check for Councilmember Steele for the sponsorship.
I'll have to get it to you next week.
I